I guess we can start with... Oh, I guess I'll also say, and Pheme is also hard to talk about unspoiled. I'll also say this is not a New Game Plus file. Not that it would make a difference. In Zero Growths, Pheme is not worth using long term. But in New Game Plus, you can save Pheme, in case you were not aware. If you promote her before she dies, then she lives and she rejoins at a later point in time after Soter betrays you during the map First Contact. I believe that's chapter 17. It's the map where you get Redbeard and the 2 mounted archers. You're not using a sniper with 9 strength. Well, I mean, sniper's a really good class. Pluto moment, and it's 18. Okay, thank you. The numbers, I don't know about the numbers memorized. I just remember the specific, like, which map it was, right? 0% Pheme would be funny. Pluto has 10 strength. Well, I was thinking also Vasiliki, late Vasiliki, might actually be worth recruiting just for chip damage. I don't really have things planned out, in part because, and this will be relevant to unit reviews, so chat, I'm gonna have to lean on you. If I get something wrong, you're gonna have to correct me. Most of my experience is with version 1.0 and versions like 1.4, 1.6. Hag is currently on 2.1. 2.0 was a major overhaul. There were some serious glow-ups and glow-downs. My beloved Alonso was most impacted. I've been scared. I almost played on like 1.8 because I was like, but Alonso will be really good on 0%. But I was like, no, I'll take the extra challenge. I mean, he'll still be good. Their auto levels are so late, I don't think they matter. Yeah, probably. We will have to do some nonsense to actually get the auto levels because they're gonna auto level with 0%. But I can get around that by using a different... I know how to get around it, basically. So we will have to do some nonsense to do it, and I'll have to like close the thing midway through, but that's a long ways away. Let's dive into unit reviews. So this is Apate, as you can see, 0% growths. Her actual growths, well, her actual growths mostly don't matter. But I am gonna pull them up using the bot, because they're relevant for everyone else. Just give me one moment. Hag. Apate. And while we're at it, Hag. Kyra. Hag. Phobos. Phobos the Great. Hag. Soter. Hag. Oh, what's the Dark Mage's name? Shit, someone remind me of the Dark Mage's name. Hecate, thank you, Hecate. I was having a brain fart because I don't think she's very good, so I never use her. Alright, we're gonna exit out real quick so that it can look smoother in the compilation. Chat, don't tell anyone. Chat, don't tell anyone I had to pull the bot up. Alright. Alright, on that topic, let's dive into unit reviews. And I think we can start with Apate, the titular hag herself. If you're doing like a tier list or whatever, I think Apate is kind of, she's either S tier or like untiered. She's hard to talk about, in terms of like how good is the only healer in the game. But I would argue, you know, as the only healer in the game, she's gotta be, she's kind of necessary. Like, you get very few vulneraries. So even saying like, oh, you don't need to staff, you can use vulneraries like in something like Radiant Dawn or whatever, isn't really accurate. You do really need Apate's healing. And in version 2.1, chapter 1 like hammers that home. Every character joins with less than full HP. Kyra gets damage in the cutscene, but Phobos and then later Hecate and Soter will show up, like, actually damaged. So having a staffer to heal them up is super useful. And she starts out with 25 magic. And hilariously, she has a 75% magic growth. So I guess if you're doing negative growths, fuck you. She's at level 14 promoted. And the rest of her growths, her non-magic growths, are, like, fine. I think the most notable one is 50% speed. I'll read them out. 45% HP, 5% strength, 75% magic, 25% skill, 50% speed, 20% luck, and 5% defense with 65% res. 65% res is actually useful, actually, because it means that she will, she'll be able to tank magical enemies. She has enough HP that she can tank physical enemies, at least in the early game. And depending on her speed rolls, she might be able to tank physical enemies later on. Because she has renewal, it might sound weird to be like, oh, why would you have Apate tank enemies? Like, you kind of want to have her avoid combat anyway. Because she has renewal, and she naturally heals HP over time. Not a ton. Only 30%, so that's like, what, 10? That's about 10 HP. She's going to actually soak hits reasonably well. Since you only have one healer for most of the game, Apate's going to be your only healer for the majority of the time. And even once you get the other secret healer, you have 2 healers. You want to avoid taking damage as much as possible. This is why things like bows or being able to attack uncountered or magic, anything that lets you attack uncountered is super useful. And for that reason, if you can, on enemy phase, get the enemies to attack Apate because she's unarmed and won't counter, then that is beneficial because she'll heal herself and you save a healing action. You can heal other people with the staffing. So that's nice. At about halfway through the game, Apate gets the Nosferatu spell for 1 chapter. It's the big, chapter 16, the big chapter where you, like, return home and fight everyone and whatnot. And that's super useful. She loses it afterwards, but she also de-levels by, like, I want to say 10 levels? She loses levels so you can start leveling her up a little bit more, which is nice. Her growths aren't great, but it's nice to have them. Hag equals gag. We do have the gagged hag sprite, and I'm probably going to put that on screen when she gets gagged. It's 10 levels. Okay, thank you, human, thank you. After she de-levels, she gains Power Staff, so she can heal 2 actions per turn. And she also gets a personal tome with Gale Force, which is, it basically means she can either, like, kill something in staff, or staff twice per turn, or staff and then attack, and it doesn't need to be the Gale Force tome, because you later get the ability to buy light magic, and light magic is probably the best magic in the game, but only Hag, Tiresias, and Kyra can use it, so it's, you know, oh, no, what's her name? The Wyvern can use it too. I heart Gale Force. It's just nice to have multiple actions. And with capped magic, even though her speed, Demeter, thank you, that's the Wyvern. But yeah, with capped magic, even though her speed is ass, because even with growths, like 50% growths, she's got limited time to level it up. She's still gonna do big chunks of damage. Vortex is fine. Yeah, I think the biggest downside of Vortex, that's the Gale Force spell, is most of the time, I think Apate is better used staffing. She starts with an infinite use heal staff, and depending on the chapter, she will have different staffs. She gets unlocked later and then loses it. She gets physic and then loses it and then gets it back. And she has silence on the final map. Am I forgetting any? It's mostly just healing, but as your only healer, like, that's good. She also has a crit bonus, which I guess is kind of cool. She was born to Vortex, forced to Power Staff. Yeah, just by the context of the game. I do think it's useful to be able to, like, I know it's useful to be able to, in case of an emergency, Vortex something and then still be able to heal, though. There is one unlock map. Like, 3 people said I forgot unlocked. Didn't I just say she gets unlocked? Maybe I'm gaslighting myself. I thought I said it. But But yeah, I think Apate is really, really good. It's hard for her not to be as the only healer. And she's not like the squishy Sarah where you gotta keep her out of combat. Like, I do frontline with her. Should we? Let's hold off on Phobos. Let's hold off on Phobos phobia. Anyone have anything to add on Apate before I move on to Kyra? I think that's basically it. She gets sent to phone game. Before you get sent to post game, she gets Fortify. They do a funny joke where she gets Fortify and then she dies immediately. Sick crit. I mean, she has the crit bonus, but her skill stat is, like, not great. 25% growth here, too. But yeah, let's talk about Kyra. Kyra is the Lord. She's a bow lord, and as I mentioned with the Apate, bows are really valuable in this game because being able to attack uncountered is super useful as a as a way of mitigating the amount of healing that needs to be done. Kyra's also like weirdly a hybrid unit. She has you can see like she has 5 base magic, and then her growths, she's focused on strength, but she can do some magical stuff. 75% HP, 55% strength, 30% magic, 60% skill, 45% speed, 50% luck, 25% defense, 20% res. Basically what you expect out of an archer. You know, they're going to hit people hard, but they're not going to take hits very well. Surprise, surprise. The unit that can't attack at one range is not good on enemy phase. Now, unfortunately, Kyra's personal class is probably worse than just Archer itself, because Archer promotes into Sniper. Sniper gets bow range +1, which is easily the best skill in the game, because now you can attack other bow units without getting countered. But Huntress and later Toxophile does have a couple of advantages. She starts out with Outdoorswoman, which is just a reskin version of Acrobat, so she can move across terrain as if she's a flyer, which is cool. And she gets a personal weapon. Well, 2 personal weapons, but one of them is at the very end of the game. So it won't be relevant for our purposes, although it does give her a glow up. It's like a 1-3 range bow with really high might. I think there's actually, because she marries Hestia, the blacksmith, or dates Hestia, the blacksmith. And if you get Hestia killed, you get a weaker version of her PRF, which is like gameplay story consonants. I love that shit. The Yuri bow, hell yeah. Hell yeah. But if you do keep Hestia alive and you get their support, you get a lover bow. And otherwise, if Hestia dies, you get like the bow of friendship, I think. Hestia's Bestia. Hestia, I've got thoughts on Hestia, but we'll talk about her when we get to her. But the main one that I think is like most relevant is Maelstrom. Maelstrom, she gets in chapter 7? I know you get it in time for the Pluto map, because I usually start using it on the Pluto map. I don't know if you get it earlier than that. But it is a 9 might, 80 hit magical weapon with 18 weight. But it's brave and 3 range. So she's not going to be able to counter with it, but hey, her enemy phase isn't great anyway. And she destroys enemies. And because it's magical, she has like a decent magic stat of 5. She can just shred through even high defense enemies with it. I thought it was on the bridge map. Oh, it might be the bridge map. I might be wrong. Chapter 7 preps. Chapter 7 is the Pluto map, isn't it? Because Chapter 5 is Escape, Chapter 6 is Defend, Chapter 7 is Pluto. Either way, we'll find out when we get there. It's the bridge map or the Pluto map. It's fairly early game. And she can just use it to shred through things. I expect it to still be useful here. I think it's her biggest glow up, in the early game. Because otherwise she feels not terrible. Like I said, as a bow user, and she's your only bow user aside from the trainee for a while. So like being able to attack things without counter is nice. But yeah, 9 might, 3 range, good. 9 might magical, 3 range. So she has 14 attack with it at base, and that 30% magic growth, I mean, not in this playthrough, but 30% magic growth in a normal playthrough is going to be useful for it. It means that, like, oftentimes, despite her being a physical unit, I'm more excited to see this number go up. She also has a leadership star. That's nice. Since she's never undeployed, it feels kind of like, you know, you always have it anyway, but getting extra hit and, more importantly, canceling out enemy leadership stars is a big deal, because hitting enemies can be pretty difficult. So, like, getting the extra accuracy is nice. And bows themselves are relatively accurate, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 85 hit, like, that's pretty good. 28 minus double enemy res, so around 20 damage. Depending on the enemy type, yeah. Like, it's the anti-armor bow, which there is a rapier bow, but Kyra just kills them from 3 range. But I think it's nice. On promotion, Kyra gets access to light magic, which means that once again, her magic damage is just, or her magic stat is just really relevant. I find that I usually still mostly use bows on her, but it's nice to have another option. It's definitely good in the map where she promotes, because she and Apate are sort of on their own little solo mission, and her being able to enemy phase with magic is useful. But yeah, otherwise, I do think she's a very strong lord, and I like her. Cleave bow could never be the Maelstrom. I think the real advantage of Maelstrom is just its 3 range. Like, it's really flexible for that reason. And the downside of not enemy phasing isn't that huge a deal, because 1, you can just trade it off of her. And 2, she doesn't want to enemy phase anyway. And 3, since it only has 36 uses, not wasting them on enemy phase is good. Good evening, fellow hags. Good evening. Should we talk about Mr. Coin Flip? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So, Phobos, you see his stats are not great. His growths are not great either. Well, I mean, they're not bad either. It's Mr. Coin Flip, right? 70% HP, 45 strength, 5 magic, 55 skill, 50 speed, 25 luck, 30 defense, 10 res. So aside from his bulk, Phobos is basically a 50% chance to get most stats that he cares about. His luck stat being low is, like, not the greatest. He can face low percent crits more often than you would expect. But other than that, like, he is really just begging for the coin flips. I've never gotten a good Phobos. I will say, Phobos does have, 2 good options. So he starts out as a mercenary sword unit. And I believe early on, in 2.1, you get a Lance Reaver fairly early, which will help him out in, like, the triangle and whatnot, which is cool. If your Phobos is still relevant at the time that you start promoting people, he actually has 2 really relevant promotion options. So Bounty Hunter and Hoplite are the 2 promotion options for Mercenary. Bounty Hunter is a sword axe class that gets the skill Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm means if you are using a heavier weapon than your opponent, you get a hit boost and a damage boost. And Hoplite gets Triangle Adept alongside all 3 weapon types, lances, axes, and swords. And Triangle Adept doubles weapon triangle, both advantage and disadvantage. I would argue Hoplite is the best melee class in the game. I think some of the magical classes, and of course Sniper, are better than Hoplite, but if you are stuck on melee weapons, 15 hit and 15 crit for Thunderstorm. He has 8 con. He has 8 con, yes. But you can still use heavier weapons. Like, if you're Thunderstorm Phobosing, you can still use heavier weapons, especially if you're going for, like, one-shots or whatever. I think that the correct path to go is Hoplite. But Bounty Hunter counter does have merit to it, especially if he's been, like, I don't know, not been leveling strength super well because he's Mr. Coin Flip. Captain Coin Flip. Like, the damage boost is relevant. As you say, his con is not great, so he's usually not doubling with heavy weapons. As long as enemy weapons aren't too heavy, you can still benefit from Thunderstorm. Yeah, or if they are heavy, and you're just like, fuck it, I just need to hit you in one shot anyway, Thunderstorm's nice. Like, you don't have to double with Thunderstorm for it to be relevant, and oftentimes if you're using, like, effective weapons or blades or whatever, you don't want to double, because then you don't face counter, you don't need healing, right? So Thunderstorm's not the end of the world for Phobos. You can give the Body Ring if you really want to. I do think Hoplite is usually going to be the best. And you want some number of Hoplites in your army, just because of how powerful Triangle Adept is. As I mentioned with Kyra and her Leadership Star, enemies are fairly dodgy in this. I don't think it's early game Biting Blade levels, but your hit rates are going to be unreliable, and so any way you can boost them is good. Now, with Triangle Adept, you do have to be careful because it doubles advantages, but it also doubles disadvantages. And I know there's some number of people who are like, it's bad because it doubles disadvantage. I'm gonna be really fucking mean for a second. That's a skill issue. I'm sorry. Check enemy weapon types, especially if you're trying to enemy phase. There are some foes that have all three weapon types, like Great Knights and enemy hoplites. You're never gonna have advantage on them in enemy phase, but for the most part, enemies have 1 to 2 weapon types. You know, promoted bounty hunters have swords and axes. Promoted, whatchamacallits, like the various non-Great Knights, the Holy Knights and Dark Knights, they have, you know, axe and sword or lance and bow or whatnot. You can usually equip a weapon where you will only ever be neutral or at advantage, even on enemy phase, and get that hit bonus. It's also due to normal GBA hit weapon in a time where we're used to the 120 hit Iron Sword. Yeah, what does the Iron Sword hit? 90%. And also enemy leadership stars are obnoxious to deal with. So there's a lot of factors that make accuracy a legitimate concern. And like, because of that, Triangle Adept's super useful, especially, you know, if you're doing player phase stuff, which you should be, limited healing. It's always going to be pure upside, but even on enemy phase, I think it's really, easy to just be like, okay, what enemies am I in range of? Well, then I'll equip a lance. What enemies am I in range of? I'll equip an axe. And just bam, bam, bam. Also worth noting, Triangle Adept isn't just an accuracy boost. It does double the damage bonus from Triangle. So like there is a minor damage boost as well. I think if you're more concerned about damage, Bounty Hunter, it's as +3 is going to be more for that. But like, it's not pure accuracy. But yeah, I do think that accuracy, super, super useful, especially in Hag. Last thing you want is to miss and then get counterattacked and need more healing. And just like having a Hoplite. Hoplite has good stats too. Like they get 4 HP, 2 strength, 3 skill, 2 speed, 3 defense, and 3 res on promotion. Those are huge bonuses. The biggest problem with Phobos is if he misses, like, one of his coin flips, especially on speed, it's over. It's fucking over. Because he really, really wants, to keep, like, he wants his stats to get better. He's level 1, and these stats are awful. And so, you can probably guess how good he's gonna do in a Zero Growths playthrough. But yeah, I find that if you get Phobos to promotion, he's fine. He'll be like, you know, a generic hoplite, which is good. His biggest problem is just getting there without getting RNG screwed. Because if he misses, you know, a couple of speed level ups, now he's not doubling, it's harder to get experience. On average, he will get, you know, half of them, but if he misses his first 2 and he stops doubling enemies, then he's not getting the chance to get the other 2, right? And that's a problem that unfortunately faces quite a few of the early game units. So expect that to come up more often than just with Phobos. But I think with Phobos it is at the most extreme because he does start out at level 1. He really, really wants those level ups. He's here for fixed growth propaganda. I have not played on fixed growths. I imagine fixed growths Phobos is definitionally fine. I still don't think he'd be great. Like, I think the heights that Phobos rises to is just... Hoplite is a good class. Steel Sword Phobos is sad. You get a Steel Sword for free. You get a Steel Sword for free and a Lance Reaver for free. And they're basically made for Phobos because the other early sword unit is magically focused, so he likes the magical swords. But yeah, Phobos... For all intents and purposes, I think most people's Phobos might as well have these growths. But we can finally actually start playing the game. But let's start by talking about Hecate. She's the much more normal unit to talk about. And we'll cover Soter afterwards. I once again want to reiterate, this stream and this video will contain spoilers for the early, mid, and late game of Hag and White. So, you have been warned. If you haven't played the game, go play the game. It's really good. The story is fucking phenomenal. Go away if you haven't, but spoilers. Okay. Let's talk about Hecate. Hecate is a dark mage. She's the first mage you get, asterisk, because Soter is also a mage. But she is basically what you expect out of a mage. She's got a focus on magic, and she deals damage by hitting on res. 65% strength, 65% HP, 20% strength, 55% magic, 45% skill, 35% speed, 40% luck, 20% defense, 40% res. She's frail, as you can expect from a mage. But that, like, the advantage of tomes, even more so than bows, is you can almost always attack uncountered. Because you can attack at 1 range to kill archers, you can attack at 2 range to kill melee units. 65% strength would have gone hard. It would be funny, because she does have the option to promote to Artificer for swords and dark magic, and honestly, I would say Artificer is probably her best promotion path. Because Hecate's biggest issue, you know, obviously she's got the frailty, but I think her biggest issue is her speed. She starts out with 6 speed and has a 35% growth. She is almost never going to double. She hits on res once, maybe twice if her speed is good enough. Yeah, and Artificer, which is sort of a hybrid class between Thief and Dark Mage, it gets swords and dark magic, and most importantly, a +4 speed buff on promotion. And that can actually get her to doubling thresholds, right? Or at the very least, keep her from getting doubled. Although you do get the normal rock from David, and that stops you, like, it's basically gives Wary Fighter, right? I think, as Chad is saying, she wants the normal rock pretty well. What's the speed promo on Druid? You get 2 speed on Druid, so, like, it's not terrible. But I think if you're trying to fix her speed, if you want her to double stuff, you go Artificer. And Artificer's not a terrible class. You get Lock Touch, and you get Poison Touch. Poison Touch is basically Poison Strike, and if you're not doubling anyway, you might as well do the extra chip damage on attack, and then, like, set it for someone else to get a kill, which can be useful. Swords, not the greatest, because her strength is not phenomenal. Like, 4 base on a 20% growth, and you only get 3 bonus on Artificer. But you get magical swords, and magical swords are actually really good. The Firebrand, in particular, is, like, the most common one. But there's also there's a wind one that's effective against flyers. That can be nice. So, like, that's okay. I think if you get Speed Blessed, go Druid, because Druid is a really fucking good class. It leans into, like, she gets 4 magic, and then she gets Tome Breaker. And since Apate's res, you know, 40% res on a base of 7, it's decent. I said Apate, I meant Hecate. But Hecate's res is, like, good enough that she can, you know, people meme about Mage Killer, but it is actually a role in this. because magical enemies are frequent enough and oftentimes huddled in groups where you can, even if they're hybrid foes, trick them into using their tomes by sitting at the edge of their range. And Tomebreaker giving 50 extra hit and 50 extra avoid against tomes is really nice. You can use like, what is it? It's not Luna. There's a spell that's effective against mages. I think it's Sagel? Sagel might be the physical one. But there's 2 tomes that druids can use that are really good against mages. One of them is effective. Is that Sagel? And then the other one is a physical tome. However, a druid does get sick hit bonuses against tomes. Yeah, the hit bonus is also relevant. I was focused more on the avoid because she has res. She can tank them. Like, I don't think dodge tanking is the most reliable strategy out there, but 50 avoid is a lot. And 50 hit means that you're always going to hit. Spiral is physical. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Spiral, not so much for Hecate because her strength stat, lol. But Sagel deals effective damage. You get the extra hit from Tomebreaker. It's nice. I don't know. I think either option is probably viable. I would usually go with Artificer just because you get the extra speed. Having another Lock Touch unit is good too, because Lock Touch is a very rare skill. You get it on López, you get it on the promoted Artificer, and you get it on Xinyi, the Assassin. And I believe those are the only units innately to have Lock Touch. So Hecate, as your only unpromoted dark, or as one of 2 unpromoted dark mages, having that option it's nice if you're not using any of the others. Sagel is imported spell from Darkstones. Oh, that's the Evil Sacred Stones mod, right? But yeah, I think I will be honest, I am not a fan of this unit. I think she doesn't level super well, and I think you get some very good promoted dark mages. Well, one really good promoted dark mage later, who I prefer. Shoutouts to Romhack Pent. But I don't know. If you want a hit someone really hard on res once, she'll do it, right? She'll do it. López is the goat who needs other characters. López is pretty good. López is pretty good. But have you considered Soter has a funny mustache? Soter has a funny mustache. And really good bases. Damn. Look at this guy. Also good growths. 90% HP, 50% strength, 35% magic, which is relevant because he uses anima and axes. 55% skill, 30% speed as you expect from an armor knight. 40% luck, 55% defense, 30% res. Obviously, as a super tanky unit, you know, I've been talking about attacking uncountered being good, because you have limited healing. He has 10 defense and a 55% growth. That's really, really useful. You do not get that many bulky units in Hag, especially from a growths perspective. Like, let's just look at this forecast, right? He's taking 3 damage from this guy. He takes 4 damage from this guy. That's all really fucking good, right? I think having a general... Well, I guess we should also say general's promotion bonuses, because you can promote to either White Dragoon or General. White Dragoon, you get a horse, you get 7 move instead of 4 move. You get Canto, and you can, like, rescue people. You get swords, axes, anima. It's fine. General, I think, is the goated promotion. You get 5 move, which is worse, but you get Canto plus and reposition. So, General, ironically, is actually the movement-based class, because you get Canto plus and you can repo people around. Choosing to neglect your horse gives you more mobility. You also just get really good stats, 5 HP, 3 defense, 3 strength, and 2 magic. And then you get, you know, dark magic, anima magic, axes, and lances. What's not to love? I think General's a really good class in this game. And honestly, I'm pretty disappointed with White Dragoon. 7 move and only Canto for, like, lame stats is not where you want to be. You can, I guess, send Soter White Dragoon, but I think always go General. just reposition Canto Plus goes so fucking hard. And then of course very tanky stats. I think that having a general on your team, both for the movement utility and the ability to just like enemy phase without needing a ton of healing, is nice. You gotta watch out, there's effective weapons like the rapier bow, called the cleave bow, but hammers, rapiers, armor slayers, heavy spears, like, you do have to be careful, and of course generals are gonna have bad resistance, although Soter's not terrible, you know, 5 res on a 30% growth. But you do need to be a little bit careful in who they face. For the most part, I think generals are going to be very, very strong frontline units, and you will be rewarded for adding one to your squad. But maybe not Soter. Because after the early game, because I do think you should use Soter in the early game when he's force deployed. However, after the early game, the generals tend to sort of, they really want a promotion, because being stuck on 4 movement is very rough. And even though the upgrade from Knight to General is only 4 move to 5 move, it means they keep pace with unpromoted units, they get Canto Plus, they get reposition, they can actually be useful in terms of like getting forward. And you do get early Master Seals, but Soter probably shouldn't have one because he's the traitor. He leaves your army halfway through the game and never comes back. And unlike the other unit who leaves your army, Pheme, who, if you promote her early, she refunds you with the Master Seal. Soter does not refund you. Soter just takes all the stat boosters and Master Seals that you gave him and fucks off because he's a traitor. Obviously, that means his long-term potential is limited. He's basically the true Jagan if you think about it. Yeah, I mean, 10 defense, right? Like, 10 defense. Because, like, obviously his long-term potential is limited, but I do think you should use him early game when he's force deployed, because he's got that big bulk. And honestly, even consider deploying him on a few of the earlier maps where he is not forced. If you aren't using, like, Nikolaos or Phobos or some of those other clowns, Soter can he can tank and he can counter. And he's got a low enough speed that he's not going to double and steal kills when he's enemy phasing. I genuinely think early game Soter is very useful, but he falls off around like chapter 7 or 8. You get some very movement intensive maps, and you should not be wasting a seal on Soter. It is like a genuine waste of resources. I mean, you shouldn't give him any boosters or anything, but don't be afraid to give him experience, because he will make the early game easier for you. Soter's early game performance is enough to not write him off as a bad unit. I would agree. I think he's a lower echelon unit. Like, if I had to just like estimate, C tier or D tier is where I would put him. Mostly because I just don't like using him after chapter 7-ish. But it's in the same vein as someone like Orson, right? You should use Orson. 5x will be a lot less of a headache if you use Orson. You should use Soter. The early game's a lot less of a headache if you use Soter. And I think Soter performs better than Orson, both because he's around longer, and because the early game of Hag is harder than 5x of Sacred Stones. So, you should use Soter. Don't be afraid to use him, but just don't invest in him. Obviously, do not give him Master Seal. Especially if you're going for Telemus, who is one of the secret characters that's sort of like a Soter replacement. You get a promoted general if you skip the first Master Seal. And obviously, if you skip the first Master Seal, your Master Seal economy gets even tighter, and Soter is even less likely to be able to use one. But I still think you should use him. Like, don't be so turned off. He's more useful than Pheme and not a super invested Pheme run. Yeah, I mean, so Pheme is hard to talk about because of the new game plus of it all. I do think Pheme is better than a lot of people give her credit for. But I would agree that he's way more useful than her just at basic. Don't mind me hastily covering for the fact I forgot to bot up for Kairos. Oh boy! Kairos! So, Kairos is a magic blade, which is kind of a Myrmidon equivalent. He focuses on speed as opposed to strength. For his growths, 50% HP, 35% strength, 45% magic, 50% skill, 60% speed, 50% luck, 15 defense, 45 res. I think Kairos is one of the best units in the game. Like, unironically, no fucking stop. So, he starts out as a pseudo-mage, because he uses his magical firebrand, which is basically a 6-might fire tome, right? You can give him regular swords, and I don't think that's the worst thing to do as well, just so that you don't waste the 30 durability of the firebrand. There's a couple of shops where you can buy firebrands, and as a mage, like, 7 base magic, 10 base speed, and 45 magic growth, 60% speed growth, he will double things and hit on res twice. He does what Hecate fails to do. Obviously the downside there is he's stuck using magic swords, which are rarer and more expensive than the basic magic tomes. Until he promotes. He has 2 promotion options, Swordmaster, which is absolute fucking ass in this game, to the extent that even the physical magic blade does not want to go Swordmaster, even the one who's strength focused. Or Spell Sword, which is a tome sword class. It's the sage equivalent, because there's no staffs in this game. Spell Sword means he can suddenly use anima. He gets D rank anima, and he gets decent stat boosts too. 2 HP, 2 strength, 3 magic, 1 skill, 2 speed, 1 defense, and 2 resistance. And an extra point of move. He's always going to be frail, physically frail, 15% defense, right? And only a 50% HP growth is also pretty bad. But that's what you expect from mages, right? Lou, Lolina, everyone other than Pent is physically frail. He can just, she can always use Earthquake. Yeah. When we get to her, I'll talk about her. Cause like, there are physical tomes as well. Kairos also having a 35% strength growth on 4 base. He's doubling everything anyway. You can use a physical sword, or you can use a Earthquake tome and do like decent damage as a way of countering mages or other high-res enemies. I think you would almost always prefer to just function like a mage, but being basically a Tellius Sage with daggers as opposed to staves, as much as those get memed on, I do think that's an actual upside in this game specifically, because you're not using daggers, you use actual swords. You can use it as a mage counter. Like, he has good res, 5 res base, 45% res growth. It's not great, but it's good enough. If you need him to, he can just like attack people. Don't worry about the Jagan EXP. No one can grow to begin with. His physical chip is a lot better than you'd expect from Mr. Magic Man. Yeah, exactly. He's also basically the only mage that doubles people. Well, Fazang. But Fazang is fucking stupid. I love Fazang. But yeah, just like doubling people, hitting on res. Effective swords are pretty nice too. Yeah, he can use like the Armor Slayer, or the bad example, because if you're hitting armors on res anyway, it's basically effective. But he can use Zambato or Rapier against horse units, which is good. Witches are horse mages, and he can use like Zambato against them, which is nice. You get a Wind Sword as well, which is a high-ranked magic sword that is basically made for Kairos, because all the other sword users, except for like Wyvern Glaucus, don't really use their magic stat. So like, that's pretty good. It's effective against flyers, and I believe that there's no tome that's effective against flyers, so other mages don't get access to anti-flyer weapons. Don't forget Beatrix. Oh, Beatrix, you certainly are the unit of all time. But yeah, it's nice. Kairos very good. I don't think anyone disagrees with this. Does anyone have, you gotta get him B swords though, that's kind of yikes. I mean, he starts out at D. He unfortunately does not gain any sword rank on promotion if you make the correct choice and go spell sword. He gains 40 rank if you go swordmaster. I don't think getting him all the way to B is like the end of the world, because he's got to get 8 levels at least before promotion, and your first seal comes fairly late. So like, he's using sword combat for a bit, and his physical chip is still fine. magic swords will give tome rank. Yeah, but like you only have 30 uses of the Firebrand early on. I don't think you're using Firebrand every turn. Obviously, we're not going to be concerned about sword rank because unfortunately he's not a long-term unit because of this. But I think if you're planning on using him long-term and you're being conscientious about using physical swords in the early game when you can get away with it, I think it's fairly trivial. Like, it's not free. Don't get me wrong, it's not free. It's not gonna happen automatically. But I think it's fairly trivial to get him there. I've always gotten him to B rank swords around the time that you get the Wind Sword anyway. He's not getting all of his early combat from the 60 uses you get. Yeah, there is a shop. There's a shop. You can buy more. I think it's the bridge map has a Firebrand shop where you can load up on them. It's not free, but it's a very reasonable ask. Yeah, like I think if you're planning on using Kairos long term, it's not a bad idea to focus on his sword rank. Again, when the opportunity arises, because the opportunity will arise. Like if you have an enemy who they got chipped down by Hecate, like, hey, this thief has 3 HP. Well, if Slim Sword Kairos just like came in and bonked them, you know, or this guy here, right? Slim Sword Kairos comes in and bonks them. I think it's a very reasonable ask. It's not like, yeah. There's a free one in the prison, but even by then, he'll have done a decent amount of physical combat. Yeah, I find that on this map, unless you go out of your way to, like, send him to the shop, he's mostly Firebrand gaming. But in Chapter 2, and honestly, even in the prison, like you say, effective swords, especially because, like, who else is using them? Phobos, right? Sometimes it's just nice. Sometimes it's just nice to bonk people. Like I say, it's not free. You do have to actually think about it to get his sword rank up, but it's easier than... I think it's easier than you might expect it to be if you've never tried before. And if you don't get him to B rank, you know, even if you don't get... It's not like the Wind Edge is the only good thing about him. He is just a fucking sage that doubles things. Right? Effective swords belong to López. The Devil Sword. The Devil Sword belongs to López. I forgot she was gonna join here. I also forgot to take aptitude off of her. I forgot to take aptitude off of Pheme. I set her growth to 0, but I forgot to remove the aptitude skill. I can probably fix that. I think we're gonna have to reset anyway, because Soter with 2 HP is making me sweat. But, yeah, let's talk about Pheme. So Pheme is this unit's trainee. She's a Nimrod, which I assure you is just a name for Hunter. It's not an insult. But yeah, she can promote to Archer. As I mentioned, Sniper gets a bow range +1. So Sniper is actually a really, really fucking good class. And Pheme, you can't tell it from this, but her growths are actually really good. I'm gonna read the values with the aptitude boost. 65% HP, 60% strength, 40% magic, so she can actually use magic bows fairly well as well. 45% skill, 55% speed, 40% luck, 25% defense, and 25% res. Her defensive stats, obviously not going to be great, but her offensive ones, very, very good. She doubles and often one rounds with physical and magical bows. And if you go the sniper route, you get bow range +1, which is really nice. You can, of course, go fighter Pheme, which is like an absolute fucking meme, because she loses her bow rank, she loses the unique utility of being a sniper. But like, I guess you get warrior and bounty hunter if you're coping off of that. Have her learn trauma at level 1. I mean, I think I just removed the skill. So the big thing about Pheme, especially for this run, I mean, for this run, it's because she's a trainee and like 0% growth trainee, lol. But the big thing about Pheme as a long-term unit is she dies. Not only she dies, but she misses a lot of the early game too. So she's available in this map and the next map, but then she misses 2 chapters in a row, which I think is honestly a boon for her because she's got 4 move and they're escape maps. So like, it would really suck for her to exist on those maps. Then she's available for a few maps. If you promote her, then that's, you know, she gets like kind of cool archer utility. She'll snowball really hard with those growths and then eventually get, if you master seal her, get bow range +1. But she dies. She misses chapter 10 and then she dies and is permanently removed from your army. On New Game Plus, if you give her one of the 2 early master seals to promote her, well, 3 if you kill Telemus, but arguably 2 early master seals to promote her, then she will come back in chapter 18. She loses her aptitude bonuses with the trauma skill. It gives her the -15 to everything. And so she's no longer a growth unit, but I genuinely think, despite the availability gap, she is actually worth investing in if you just want a really powerful late game sniper. She's a growth unit with a big availability gap twice. I mean, I think the first one is small, and honestly, I think missing chapters 3 and chapter 4, the escape maps, is good for her. Like, I already hate dealing with Soter and Raleigh's 4 move in those maps. I do not want to deal with Pheme's 4 move in the prison break maps. I think that is a blessing, not a curse. I think more people would be tempted to let her die if you had to deal with another 4 move unit. She's make your own strong late-ish promote. Yeah, she joins around the same time as the other pre-promotes, and she will outclass all of them if you've trained her. Because sniper, best class in the game, extra bow range is always nice, like avoiding counters, and also just having more effective range. Like, it means functionally she's got like, what, 8 range? 9 range from her starting move? Because she has 6 movement and 3 range. Yeah, 9 range, 10 if you have a longbow, right? And then Arbalist gives even more. Like, there's some ridiculous stuff you can do with bow range +1. High strength, high speed, flyer effectiveness, high might, high accuracy. It's just a good place to be. But you do have to put in the elbow grease to train her, and that is kind of a big ask. That is kind of a big ask. If you do want to use her long-term, though, like, I do think that's good. That's good. I don't really have much else to say about Pheme. I think she's much more interesting from a story perspective. Chat, do you have anything you want to add about her before we move on? Like, it's kind of what you see is what you get, except for not really, because you miss her for a long time. But I think the game would be a lot easier if she existed in the mid-game. A trained Pheme is at worst the fifth sniper. Yeah, because you've got what? You've got Pheme, Fiadh, Vasiliki, and Pluto. Are you counting Kyra? I don't count Kyra because she doesn't get a bow plus. She's cute and she deserves not dying a horrible, horrible death. I love how the game constantly tells you were supposed to be dead when she comes back. Best Nimrod in the game. I think the most interesting Pheme stuff is her story stuff. But like the fact that her story and gameplay stuff tie together. Like she's the growth unit who they keep telling you, because Fire Emblem will often do the thing where it's like, child soldiers shouldn't be on the front line, and then you're like, my 2020 Donald kills your army. And here it goes, like, child soldiers shouldn't be on the front line, and then Pheme fucking dies. So I think that's kind of like, that's cool story stuff. Full range Maelstrom. Imagine if. Wait, the Raleigh review? Yeah, I know. I was just, I wanted to complete everyone's movement before doing a Raleigh unit review. Sorry. I was hyper-focused on trying to complete that turn, because I feel like that was a pretty crucial turn you know, with everything going on and the rush. But now it's time to talk about Raleigh. Raleigh is a fan favorite, and it's not hard to see why. You know, they're non-binary, which always helps. And much like with Soter, they are a initially bulky unit in a game where healing is scarce. So being able to heal a bunch is really nice. 25 HP and 9 defense base. Alongside decent bulk growths, they've got 75% HP growth and 35% defense growth. They also have a 45% strength growth, 40% magic growth, 35% skill, 45% speed, 30 luck, and 15 res. So all around, they're sort of all-arounder growths. I'm gonna spill a harsh truth on y'all. I'm gonna spill a very harsh truth on y'all. These growths are worse than Phobos' growths, with the exception of bulk. With the exception of the fact that they are bulkier. Now that's not to say they're, you know, a bad unit, but I do think Raleigh is more dependent on winning coin flips than the gassers like to admit. Their bases are good, right? They're good for the join time, especially, again, that 9 defense and that juicy 25% HP. And being, like, 35% defense doesn't sound high, but the highest defense growths aside from Soter are 40. Well, one of the Gotos is like a 70% defense growth, but defense is not a stat you grow. 35% is high for this game. So they are decently bulky, and they can get a general promotion, gain 3 more. And like I said with Soter, general very good, Canto plus and reposition makes them into a relatively strong movement class. You could go Black Dragoon. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think Raleigh's stats are good enough. You get bow access if you go Black Dragoon. They're a mounted lance bow dark magic class. And bows are good, but Raleigh can already attack from 2 range because they use dark magic. They are the other type of general. They are the lance and dark magic one, whereas Soter is axes and anima magic. Generally, I think Axe's Anima is probably better because you get accuracy from Anima and might from Axe's, but hey, Dark Magic's good too. You get Sage Ale. Sage Ale's really nice. Effective damage against mages is really nice. Overall, I think Raleigh's sort of like biggest claim to fame is you can early promote them to General if you want like a reposition bot and someone bulky or whatever, and that's really nice since Soter is not a long-term unit and you don't want to waste a seal on him. I personally prefer Alonso or even Órlaith probably. Although Órlaith doesn't want to be a general. Órlaith does want to be a dragoon. But I think if you want a general, Alonso is better. But if you want 2 generals, Raleigh is there. And Raleigh has the availability lead, which is a bit of a double-edged sword. I mentioned this with Pheme, but we're about to have 2 escape maps in a row. 2 escape maps with no horses for rescue dropping. There's no mounted units. So having not just 1, but 2 4-move units with Soter and Raleigh can feel like a really big drag. Even in not the escape maps, not having the units to sort of rescue around your low move people is obnoxious. Like, we'll notice turn 1, Raleigh's just getting out of the cell. So they're not doing anything effective at the moment. Just because that 4 move could be really annoying. In fairness, on the other hand, without horse units to compete with, they're only 1 point behind. But it adds up over time. Like, what turn number are we on right now? We're on turn 7. I forgot to do my turn 4 save states. That's fine. So we're on turn 7. Maps last a long time in Hag, and there's a lot of time-based objectives. I mentioned that, like, you know, this chest is pretty hard to get. There's a village in chapter 8 that's really difficult. There's a lot of really rushed side objectives that can be difficult to get on time. And so Raleigh having that low move, if you don't early promote them to general, like obviously if you early promote them to general, it flips the script. Now they can repo, now they're awesome. But if they're stuck without using the first Master Seal, which is a huge cost, especially because the first Master Seal comes after Chapter 8, That's like, it's rough. I think their early game is really, really rough, and their growth rates are not good enough, in my opinion, to justify putting up with that early game when, like, Alonso and Telemus exist for the general niche, and Órlaith if you're, like, crazy. I like Órlaith, but I don't think she wants to be a general. If Raleigh wants physical 1 or 2 range, he can just use Spiral. Yeah, you can use Spiral, or they can use Spiral instead. So, like, that's good. That's why, I'm assuming you're saying that's why not go Black Dragoon. It's during the first School Morgan chapter, assuming no Telemus kill. I think assuming no Telemus kill is generally the correct assumption. Even if you're not planning on using Telemus long-term, I think Telemus is really useful on his join map. And he has a valuable inventory. He comes with, like, Fimbulvinter and a Tomahawk. So, like, if you're not using Telemus long-term, you might kill Telemus for, like, early promoting Raleigh. I can see that being a big glow-up for them. If you're just like, well, I don't want Telemus, Raleigh will be my general. Especially if Raleigh gets some blessed early levels during their, like, first few level ups. That's a big deal. But otherwise, I think you want to spare Telemus most of the time once you know about it. Just because Telemus's inventory, in my opinion, is more valuable than an early Master Seal. And you do get the Master Seal refunded once everyone's already promoted. I feel like his free deployment performance justifies the spare. Yeah. And, like, I also think Telemus, I mean, we'll talk about Telemus when we get to him, but I think Telemus is a very good unit. I really like him. He's like, what if you trained Soter and he didn't leave? Raleigh is the second coin flip unit. Yeah, Raleigh is the second coin flip unit. Like I said, it's a problem that applies to a lot of people. And just comparing their growth side by side, Raleigh's are mostly worse than, Phobos. And Raleigh has a worse early performance. Although it is definitely, like, it's super useful that they are bulky enough to frontline. That's a rare trait. Like, genuinely, unironically, very good. But enough talking about 3 houses. We gotta talk about López. I think López is, at least in the 1.0 series, 1.8, all that stuff, I think he was in contention for best unit in the game. You know, there's a couple of people who were vying for the spot. I would say, Teresa was a big one, Alonso was a big one, López. Alonso got nerfed into the fucking ground. López did not get nerfed. I think López, you might look at these stats and think I'm memeing. I think unironically, at the very least, like if we're doing a tiering context, he's S tier. And from the perspective of like, I do genuinely think there's an argument that he's the best unit in the game. So, you might think, oh, is this like a growths mode, growths potential? No, his growths are kind of ass too. 65% HP, 25% strength, 7% magic, peak comedy by the way. Anytime it's not a multiple of 5 is very funny. 30% skill, 45% speed, 45% luck, 15% defense, 15% resistance. And base 2 strength, he's often dealing 0 damage to things, which is unfortunate because you want him, this doesn't matter, but you want him to get kills. Anytime he gets a kill on player phase, he gets a coin worth 150 gold. This powers your economy. In the early game, it's almost necessary to buy stuff. And in the mid and late game, even once you have units that have bargain access, it lets you get more powerful things. You know, buyable Sigil, buyable Earthquake, buyable Spiral, buyable Firebrands, buyable Cleave Bows, buyable Brave Weapons in the late game. López powers your economy up. So you want to try to feed him kills as much as you can, which of course naturally gets him experience. His growths aren't great, but it does mean that he will get promotion. And once López promotes, because you are babying him for the money early on, Once López promotes, he's basically self-sufficient. He can go Artificer if you want. If you want to throw, he can go Artificer like Hecate can. But the promotion that is unique to him and is basically made for him is Assassin. It gives 4 HP, 6 Strength, 1 Magic, 4 Skill, 4 Speed, 2 Defense, 2 Resistance, and D-rank bows alongside with a sword rank up. And the skill Assassinate. Assassinate basically makes López brave, because you'll notice the one stat that he actually has is speed. And a 45% growth is like also decent. Assassinate means if you attack at one range and you double, your attack is brave. Like, you don't quad, you just attack 2 times before the enemy counters, right? Combine that with the 6 extra strength he gets, and just giving him strong swords like the Devil Sword, effective weapons like Armor Slayer and Zanbato, and he can just secure kills, just by attacking twice and hitting for a lot of damage. Assassinate also, I think, boosts your offenses. It gives like 2 extra damage at one range. So like that's super good. Bow access, obviously very good. Attack uncountered, effective damage versus flyers, and it keeps getting coins for him. So once he promotes, he's self-sufficient, even without accounting for thief utility. Now feeding him kills in the early game can be rough. You get a couple of tools for it. He has supports with Fango and Begoñia, which help boost accuracy and damage, which is nice. And you get access to some effective swords. There's an early Armor Slayer, an early Zanbato, and an early Rapier, alongside the Devil Sword, which is risky, but it's very high might, and so he wants that pretty badly. López is also a member of a triangle attack, which gives you a guaranteed crit. He triangle attacks with Fango and Begoñia, who are also good units in their own right. I think Begoñia is the stronger of the two of them, but also don't sleep on Fango the Mango, down here. That's not him. Where is he? Fango the Mango, right here. He's just got super high strength, and he can become a warrior or a bounty hunter, which is cool. The fact that you want to deploy Begoñia anyway, and the fact that López gives you coins for the training arc, I think means that, like, I mean, there's a reward for training him beyond just getting an assassin, in that he fucking fixes your economy. But I think it's easier to secure kills on him than it would at first seem, as long as you use the triangle attack, you use the support bonus, you use the effective weapons. Like, he wants assistance, but he pays you back for that assistance. And gold is really tight in Hag, and there's a lot of really nice stuff to buy with it. 150 per kill is not a lot for each individual kill, but it adds up over time. Like, think López gets 5 kills in a single map. That's an extra 1,000 gold. That's a lot. Well, it's more than 1,000. Oh, no, it's not 1,000, is it? 150 times 5, 500 to... It's 750. That's still good. That's still good. Is this your favorite take on a unit that helps with a player's economy? Probably. Although, honestly, I also really like, there's a later unit who helps with your economy. Joins about halfway through in like chapter 10. And I really like all of the takes on economy units in Hag. López having non-chance based despoil, but it's not worth a lot of money, is really good. Like only 150, that's very little, but it's not chance based, so that's really cool. And then there's 2 units later that have bargain, and they're both interesting in their own right. And they're different in how they're interesting too. So I think that's cool. Anyone have anything to say about López? Has anyone gone Artificer López? Poison Strike Gaming? It's funny because Poison Strike is counter synergy with Despoil, because you want to kill and Poison Strike is for when you don't kill. I got 5 coins on this map last run. Very doable, very doable. Also worth noting, he has Lock Touch, which is rare. Only himself, Hecate, and 2 pre-promotes have access to it. Not every map has chests and doors. A lot of them don't. There's a lot of outdoor maps. But on the ones where they do, it's nice to have a unit that can open them. López would be good even if coins were worth 50 gold. I mean, I think he would be worse. I don't think he would be in contention for the best unit in the game if coins were 50 gold. I think he would drop down like several tiers in the tiering context if coins were only worth 50 gold. He has upsides besides coins, but if we're being honest, coins are what ties the whole package together. Without coins, he's basically like Pheme that's harder to train. Which is not the most appealing proposition. But he would still be good. Yes, and I think that's sort of a demonstration of how good he is as it currently stands, more than anything. López is cool. He stinks! He is stinky! It's also worth noting, you build supports over time. The fact that he starts with two supports, like even if you're not using the triangle attack, just getting those boosts from the C rank supports is really nice. It can help like push him over damage thresholds and stuff. Invest in López coins. He is also the dancer. Can you elaborate on what you mean by he is also the dancer? What? How is López a dancer? I can fix him. Shower. Stinky! His ending has him get... Oh, okay, so not gameplay-wise, just lore. Okay. I got so excited by, like, actually having her. So Begoñia is a brigand. She has very good offensive stats. You know, 10 strength, 10 speed, and uses axes. Her skill's a little shaky, especially because axe hit rate is not phenomenal. You know, 75 hit. But she has a leadership star, which helps with that, and also helps your other units' accuracy. When she promotes, she also has the option of going Hoplite for Triangle Adept, which, again, basically fixes all hit rate problems. Massive strength and speed. Yeah, I mean, her growths are good too. 85% HP, 50% strength, 15 magic, 25 skill, 55 speed, 50 luck, 20 defense, 10 res. So she's gonna be frail. Although in the early game, she's deceptively bulky because her HP base of 30, alongside an 85% growth, means that even though she takes a lot of punishment, she doesn't die. Now, that is a little bit like, in a world with limited healing, that is a little bit icky because it means she needs to be staffed more often, as opposed to someone like Soter or Raleigh where they get their bulk from their defense. And so they can be bulky and stop you from needing to heal as much. Begoñia is very frail defensively and resistance-wise. But she's still, you know, the fact that she can frontline is useful for these escape maps and the defend map. It's not a defend map, but it feels like one afterwards and whatnot. So that's good. She also, as Chad is saying, she has 2 C-rank supports at base, both of which give her hit, López and Fango. So that's really nice for her. And of course, she has access to the triangle attack, which is a guaranteed hit. She gets 1 star. Yeah, she does have a leadership star as well. Like it's a 3 hit, 3 avoid. I find that more often leadership stars are good because they cancel out enemy leadership stars, as opposed to the 3 hit itself being a huge deal, but every little bit helps. And I do think that most of the leadership star units are on fairly middling pre-promotes that you get in the second half of the game. There's obviously exceptions, like Barlow has a leadership star, which is fucking phenomenal. 2, actually. But Begoñia being a unit with a leadership star who has reasons to be deployed beyond just filler is really nice. And I think she's the best of the early units that can go into Hoplite you get. Both because Hoplite really helps her accuracy issue, and just because she has the strength and speed. Like, she's not Captain Coin Flip, unlike Phobos. You also, early on, you get a Halberd, and I guess a Devil Axe as well, which you can use to try and deal with foes. Effective damage is very good, and there's a lot of Cavs in this map and the next one, and the one afterwards. Like, there's a lot of early game Cavs. I think she's the best hoplite, period. There is another unit who I think is better than her, who can go hoplite and should go hoplite, but we'll talk about him when we get to him. I think the real ones know. The real ones know. But for combat purposes, she's definitely the best hoplite. You can also go Berserker. I think Berserker's a trap. 15 crit is just not worth it. And mountain walking, there's like 3 maps where mountain walking is relevant. And for all of them, you have access to Conan, so like if you want to, you can. She has mountain walking as a brigand, I believe, and loses it as a hoplite, but correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, Begoñia, just very, very straightforward, good combat unit. Bulkier than you would think based on her defense stats. And, yeah, very good. Does anyone have anything to add about Begoñia? Triangle attack is nice too. I think she benefits from it the least because she doesn't need crits to kill. But it fixes her accuracy, which is really good. And, against bosses, having just like big bad Begoñia auto crit is super nice. Scymerius is non-binary. I'm not talking about Scymerius. Although I've always wondered if Scymerius is non-binary or just uses they, them pronouns because they don't want to reveal anything. Because they, them is also, the easiest way to, you know, it's how you gender someone whose gender you don't know. And my headcanon is we don't actually know whether Scymerius is non-binary or not because they refuse to even disclose their gender. Like, that's how secretive they are. And I kind of like that headcanon, that, like, they could be non-binary, they could be a boy, they could be a girl, they will not tell you. They're not non-binary because it's their gender, they're non-binary because it's confidential. Yeah, exactly. What's your gender? I'm sorry, you do not have access to that information. I won't forget this time. I won't forget you, Fango. Unlike Begoñia, we're gonna do the unit review immediately. Fango. Fango the Mango. Okay, Fango is a fighter. Fighter's a good class. You know, he's an axe user. He has access to the supports and triangle attack that the other brigands do, which is nice for him. I think of the 3 of them, he's the weakest, because López fixes your economy, and Begoñia is just really good. But Fango is a big strength delete button. 12 base strength is already good, but then if you look at his growths, 90% HP, 65% strength, 35% magic, 35% skill, 40% speed, 25% luck, 25% defense, 30% resistance. He's definitely the weakest of the trio, but I think being part of the triangle attack still benefits him, both because he can just nuke stuff, right? His accuracy is, of the trio, the worst. Like 35 skill, or 35% skill growth on a base of 5 is so sad when you're an axe user. But the supports help, and the triangle attack completely fixes it. Like if you ever get a triangle attack, you don't miss. And since he has the biggest strength, he can just nuke stuff. Fango hits very nice once. It's very nice if he triples it. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. His promotion options, I think, like, because he's in the triangle attack, you oftentimes, if you're using the other 2, are like, well, I might as well deploy Fango, because, like, it boosts all of them. His promotion bonuses are also nice. Warrior gets bows and anima in this game, although it's only E rank. Earthquake is, I think, a B rank tome, so you're gonna be on the struggle bus with magic if you're trying to get Earthquake. But I honestly think even just hitting, hitting enemies on res is fine enough, even with low magic. And then obviously bows are really nice, attack uncountered. And it fixes his accuracy to an extent, like having an accurate 2-range option. You can't triangle attack with bows unless... I'm pretty sure you can triangle attack with bows. But he doesn't need to if he's just, like, dealing effective damage. On the other hand... Oh, and Warrior gets Reckless, which is extra damage if the foe can counter. Which does kind of undercut, like, the strength of bows and anima of attacking uncountered, but it's nice because he's already dealing big damage, so, like, when he's using axes, he can just do really good. The Fellbow. Oh, there's the Fellbow, too, yeah. His magic's also not terrible. Like, the base of 2 is bad, but 35% growth is actually decent for a physical unit. So it allows him to, you know, actually train up for E rank. It's only C rank. Okay, that for Earthquake is only C rank. That's good. That's good. And so it's faster to get there than I thought. But starting at E rank anima is unfortunate. I think Warrior is like, I think Warrior's a good class. I think, honestly, most units in this game have one class that is like definitely better than the other when they promote. Fango is one of the few units I would say you could go either way for it, because the one downside about Warrior is Reckless does not fix Fango's accuracy, so he's still relying on supports, and he can use bows, but he's still mostly relying on like supports and triangle attack to fix his hit issues. Bounty Hunter gives him swords, which are very accurate, and Thunderstorm. Thunderstorm, again, if you're using a higher weight weapon, you get an accuracy, crit, and damage boost. It's what, 15 hit? 2 damage and 15 hit. Warrior has plus 2 damage at the cost of 15 hit because he's capping strength anyway. Yeah, he will cap strength, like 65% growth, unless you're my first playthrough where he got like strength screwed and he still capped strength by the end. Bounty Hunter also has an immediate plus 4 strength boost as opposed to Warrior's plus 3. So if you're attacking people who can't counter and you wouldn't get the Reckless boost anyway, it's nice. And Sword's accuracy, like C-rank swords make he can immediately start using all the effective swords in a cool way. And 15 Constitution means Thunderstorm's always active. Like, this guy loves blades. He loves big fuck-off axes. Thunderstorm will almost always be active for him. And he'll double anyway if he has the speed for it. Like, he's not weighed down. His speed is shaky, like 6 base on a 40 growth. You could definitely do worse, but you could do a lot better. In this, they'll be the same attack because of promotion difference. Bold of you to assume that Fango is getting promoted. What is Thunderstorm again? Thunderstorm is the Bounty Hunter skill. If you have a higher con weapon than your opponent, you get a boost to your might, to your hit, and your crit. 15 hit, 15 crit, and I think, what is it, 2 might, 3 might, something like that? It's good. It's good. And it's a lot easier to trigger than Reckless. Well, Reckless is easy to trigger, but it's costly because you get countered. Thunderstorm, you can trigger it without necessarily being costly. And the bonus is better, in my opinion. Clearly, kill the final boss with a Thunderstorm S-Rank X Triangle Attack Fango. Yo, the Fangoat. Fangoat. I do think he is still the weakest of the 3 the 3 triangle attackers, the Brigand Bros. But being the weakest of them is not... It's kind of like saying, you know, of the FE7 late game pre-promotes, Vida is the weakest. Which I don't even know if that's true, but, you know, being the weakest of a category of strong characters, you're still good. You're still in that category of strong characters. He's weaker than 2 really fucking good units. Hestia is going to promote before him. I disagree. I disagree. I think Fango... I mean, we'll do the Hestia versus Fango comparison, but I think Fango is a lot better even without availability. Because remember, he's doing a lot of free combat in, like, this map and the next. If you're using him, he's gonna be promotion level by the time Hestia joins. But yeah, he's good. He's good. Jafar, Wallace, and Renault exist. Yeah, they don't count. They're not real units. They're not real. Wallace isn't real. The Nightcrest goes to Sane. Push. Let's recruit the fucker himself. It's Nikolaos! ROM hack soldier archetype! These are stats that exist and are competent. He's a level 6 unit with 11 strength and 9 speed. And 7 defense is actually pretty darn good too. Like as comparison, you know, Soter, Sonia Sotomayor, and Raleigh, North Carolina have 10 and 9 respectively. So like, that's the wrong guy. 7 is not bad, right? Go, give us nothing. I mean, it's not so much give us nothing, so much as like, give us a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything all the time, like that fucking Bo Burnham song. His growth rates are also the Phobos special. 95% HP, 50% strength, 20% magic, just in case you want to do some Ice Lance gaming. 40% skill, 45% speed, 40% luck, 25% defense, 10 res. So he's a little bit bulkier than Phobos, especially considering his bases. Like, I think he's always going to be bulkier than Phobos. In exchange for... I mean, what? What's he worse at than Phobos? 50 strength, 45 speed is like, that's good, right? Whereas Phobos, if I scroll back up, Phobos has 45 strength, 50 speed. Like, that's not even worse. That's just different. He just trades the strength and speed 5%. His numbers are okay, but lances are kind of dog shit. I mean, he's 4 levels away from Hoplite promotion. His options for promotion are Halberdier, which gives a crit boost and sticks him on Lance Lock, or Hoplite, which is the best melee class in the game. So he's like, if you want to use him, train him up, give him a Master Seal, he'll be the Hoplite of all time. I think this guy's better than Phobos, or at the very least, like, when they're together, he's better. Obviously, availability is a factor. Phobos might be better because of that. He's gonna be slower because his level is higher. Oh, is his base speed bad compared to Phobos? I guess Phobos is a little bit faster. That is true. Because they have the same base speed, and Phobos will have leveled up by now. So, like, that's fine. But I think Nikolaos is... I'm not trying to gas him up as some sort of fucking absolutely slept-on low-tier god. He's a guy who exists. Almost every army wants 1 or 2 hoplites, and he can be one of them. Phobos should be faster at this point. Yeah, if I had growth turned on, Phobos would be faster. Like, that's for sure a thing. Nikolaos hits harder. Lances are like... Lances are always in that weird position where they're never the best weapon type, but they're rarely the worst either. Because they're middle of the road between axes and swords. I think in this game, do I prefer lances to swords? Like, the accuracy of swords is really nice. I think it mostly doesn't matter, because Nikolaos, when he promotes, he just gets all of them. The Christmas hoplites. Yeah. We can at least say Halberdier sucks for him. You don't even have to say for him. Halberdier's like, worst class in the game? It's like Berserker, but no mounted walking. And also you're stuck with the worst weapon type, because the axes are definitely better than lances. Swords are probably better too. I think this is the rare case where being the middle of the road makes you worse. Which I guess is, you know, meta commentary on Nikolaos, because he doesn't specialize in anything. He just... If you use him, he sure is a halberdier. But hey, that's like the story, too, is that, like, he's sure a guy. He doesn't stand out. He's not dog shit enough. Like, he's not like Dahl, where Dahl is dog shit, right? He's not dog shit enough to even make that impression. He just exists. Dahl is really good. I want what you're smoking. I want what you're smoking. I know Dahl got changed in the 2.0 update, but it can't be by that much. He's the Magic Ice guy. He's the Magic Ice Lance guy. Not the worst thing ever, not the most exciting. Yeah, he's the ROM hack soldier of all time. Soldier fans will unite on the Nikolaos gassing, and he's good enough. He's good enough that, you know, if you use him, it's not like an Amelia situation where you just end up with someone who's worse than everyone around them. He's good enough that if you use him, he'll do something for you. And he's not so good that most people are going to be drawn to him. Soldier fans will use Scymerius. Bold of you to assume that soldier fans will not simply use all 3 halberdiers. Like, Scymerius, Dahl, and Nikolaos are getting the fucking triangle attack with each other. Swordmaster is worse because you lose out on Spellblade. I think, obviously, the opportunity cost is there. the opportunity cost is there. I think in a vacuum, Halberdier is worse, but also worth remembering, Halberdier makes you lose Hoplite, right? I know Spellblade is a better class than Hoplite, because, like, magic is better than physical weapons. But I do think the opportunity cost is still big. Like, losing Hoplite is throwing so fucking hard. Dahl has more going for him now, but god, his stats beforehand were bad and boring. I mean, maybe I will be proven wrong. I will, as Hideo Kojima says, regret my words and deeds. When we get to Dahl and I see that he's been glowed up. I've read the changes in a vacuum, and he's like more magic focused now, right? He's supposed to be the Iceland guy. So like maybe that, to me, I feel like that is not a niche that'll be worthwhile, but I haven't played 2.0. Like I am more than willing to be proven wrong on this regard. But in terms of Nikolaos, you know, he has no niche. He's just a guy. Speaking of jokes at my expense, let's talk about the first Cavalier in the game. So Agari, I told you this would keep coming up. She's got the Phobos special in terms of growth rates. 65% HP, 45% strength, 25% magic, 50% skill, 50% speed, 50% luck, 20% defense, 25% res. And her base stats are Phobos / Nikolaos coded, right? Like, what, 6 strength, 9 speed versus 9 strength, 9 speed? She does at least get to choose between the accuracy of swords and the might of axes. Like, sword axe is the best weapon combo. Mounted Nikolaos. Don't be mean! Don't be mean! She's not landslocked. She's not landslocked. She also has supports. She has Hestia and Pericles supports, which is nice. That can help with the hit rate if you're using axes. And axes, of course, like, help with might. A lot of coin flips in this game. Glaucus and Joshua love this gang. There are a lot of coin flip units, which is what makes people like, you know, like Fango, right, stand out as, no, you're not just coin flip squad, you're great. It does also mean bases are oftentimes more valuable, I mean, which is usually the case. Both supports are useless for a long time. Yeah, I mean, so I wouldn't say a long time for Hestia, but longer than you would like. Like, Hestia misses the first act. But Hestia joins partway through the rescue mission. So like, what was it, chapter 12? Yeah, 10, 11, 12. Hestia joins in 12, that's not terrible. Pericles is gone for half the fucking game. So like, that's unfortunate for Agari, and especially because by the time, unfortunately, by the time she gets her support partners, she kind of doesn't need them, because she already will have leveled up or will have been benched. I like functional base stats. Yeah, and she does have functional base stats, right? 9 strength, 9 speed, especially for this squad, it's something. And she's mounted, too. She's a 16 aid, 7 move Canto, so that's pretty cool. Her promotion options are either White Dragoon, which gives her anima access and lets her sort of lean into that hybrid unit with a 25% magic growth and 5 base magic, or Great Knight, which gives her full weapon triangle, swords, lances, axes, and better stats and savior. Notably, neither of those classes give move. Oh, White Dragoon gives move now? I didn't think White Dragoon gave move. Oh, maybe it's the, I think it's Armor Knights get 7 move version of White Dragoon or something. Okay, so White Dragoon gives 8 move. That is actually kind of a huge point in its favor. For some reason, I thought it was also stuck on 7 move. Was that like a version change, or have I just been gaslighting myself? This is hard mode. Does that give enemy recruitables hard mode bonuses? I don't believe so. I might be wrong. I've never played a lower difficulty though. So I can't say for certain. That sounds like a change. Okay. According to Cromarbot, which might be incorrect. Well, actually, we can confirm this. Okay, Cromarbot is lying. Cromarbot is fucking lying. White Dragoon has 7 move. Okay, so never mind. There's not really a reason to go White Dragoon. You're kind of throwing if you do. My Pericles still has 7 moves, so I believe it's a change. My Pericles has 7 move. I think Cromarbot is just incorrect. That's the bot I'm using to check growths. So, I think it's one of those, like, in your head, it feels like it should get an extra point of move, because otherwise, what's the point? You go hybrid move it for no reason? Wyvern is the same movement as Assassin López. Yeah, López has cavalry movement, which is cool. But being a cavalry does still have the advantage of Canto and Rescue Drop, like Mounted Aid Rescue Drop, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. She's got fine stats. I think that the other... Well, there's one other Cavalier I prefer. There's Hypothetical Earthquake play. Yeah, she starts out at D rank Anima, so she needs to train a little bit. Her magic is suitable, but not great. Earthquake gives her a very good 1-2 range option. That's true. I think I'd rather go Great Knight. It just gives her better stats. Like, Great Knight's bonuses: 3 HP, 3 strength, 2 skill, 1 speed, 2 defense, 1 res. Whereas White Dragoon also only gives 1 speed. So it's like White Dragoon is 1 strength, 2 HP, 2 magic, 2 skill, 1 speed, 1 defense, 2 res. I'd much rather be a Great Knight. Just like take the stats. I don't know, maybe Lances will do something for her? I don't think this unit is particularly good. She's a ride or die on how much you care about Cav utility. And Cav utility is nice, but the infantry in this game are so strong that the Cavaliers, and I like this design approach, to be clear, like this is not a complaint. The Cavaliers very much feel like you're fielding a filler unit who is able to do rescue drop stuff. The Master Seal's better on like anybody else. That's true. Although, in some ways, the fact Agari doesn't get much from the Master Seal is like stealthily an upside, because it means she can do her role without needing a Master Seal, right? Master Seals are rare in the early game, so like someone like López or Raleigh, who really fucking want the Master Seal early, versus someone like Agari, who's like, I can just, you know, I can still be a chip bot, rescue drop bot, whatever, whether or not you give me Master Seal. That is, in a roundabout way, it can be an upside. Like, obviously the downside is once you promote her, it's like, well, why am I using you? You fucking scrub. But during the early game, it means she doesn't want it as bad. Which is cool. Yeah, anyone have any, like, Agari tech that I'm missing? My preferred Cavalier is Wulfric, because he gets bows. But I think we can all agree Glaucus is the worst one. I think we can all agree Glaucus is the worst one. So, like, if you want 2 Cavs, Agari exists, right? And Cavs get better the more numbers you have for them, because they can rescue drop chain with each other, which is something infantry can do, but it's harder to do. There's an 8-move Cav class, it's Mamluk. I think Wyvern and Falco do too, right? Or am I wrong? Glaucus isn't a Cav. There's 2 versions of Glaucus, and one of them is a lot better than the other. Two weapons without promotion is really solid. Yeah, like she can always at least be weapon triangle neutral, which is more than I can say for a lot of these Chuckle Fox. But yeah, I think she's like, I mean, she's going to immediately prove her use as a rescue bot by helping rescue the infantry that's currently lagging behind, right? We should talk about the Glaucus. So Glaucus is the second Cav that you get, and he bravely asks the question, what if Agari was worse? So you'll notice his base stats are just like, let's compare them to her. 8 magic, or 8 strength versus, she's what? She's got 7 strength, 9 strength. Damn. 9-9, whereas he has 8-8. So already in like the relevant offensive stats, he is worse. His ranks are also C rank in swords, E rank in axes, which I think you would say is worse as well as compared to D&D, right? Like, I guess it does mean he can use some of the special swords, but what special swords are you giving him? Let's be so for real, for real. He does have Gamble! Cuts his hit in half and doubles the crit. This is terrible. This is terrible. Normally your crit is going to be significantly lower than your hit. Cutting a 100 to a 50 in exchange for turning a 2% crit to a 4% crit, get the fuck out of here. Even with killer weapons where you have decent crit, like, it's just not worth it. Rapier. Do we even have a rapier this early? I don't think we do. That's Flame Brand Lank. He does have magic. 7 magic, as opposed to 5 magic. Sure, we can fucking Flame Brand with Mr. 7 magic, or we could leave them on a good unit. Like, he has the same fucking base as Kairos. Mr. I'm actually good. And also, doesn't Kairos have better speed than him? Yeah, 10 speed. Like, God, this guy's so fucking disappointing. Magic Cav funny. He's not even really a Magic Cav. I mean, his growths are abysmal. 70% HP, 35% strength, 35% magic, 55% skill, 40% speed, 25% luck, 15% defense, 30% res. Even before factoring in his other gimmick, like, which I don't think you necessarily should give him opportunity cost for it. I think he's the worst Cav. Well, no, Laertes is worse, but Laertes is fake. Laertes can't hurt you, he's not real. Glaucus is really bad. We will be deploying him because, hey, mounted rescue drop, there's a floor, and, like, especially for us, where our combat infantry are not great, it's nice. 35% is higher than any non-Alonso / Raleigh Dragoons. So what you're saying is he has more magic than other physical units. Damn, he's a Fiona archetype. Fiona also has more magic than other physical units. It helps her about as fucking much as it helps Glaucus. He's not a magical unit! Like, I guess you could say he's kind of hybrid, but it's bad. It's bad. Like, his growths are just so disappointing. Gamble obviously doesn't make up for it. It's a bad skill. The thing that I think puts the nail in the coffin of you don't want to use Glaucus long term is he has a gimmick where he offers to leave your army at about the halfway point of the game, a little before the halfway point of the game. He offers to leave your army, and if you let him, he leaves. He gives you back anything that you gave him, including, I believe, a Master Seal, but I might be wrong about that. He gives you back his inventory, though, right? And he will come back later, about 2/3 of the way through the game, as a Wyvern. And he is actually, like, good as a Wyvern, not only because Flyer is good, but also, like, he's leveled, or he hasn't auto-leveled, he has, like, specific stats he's set to, and his magic base, like, and then he sort of becomes actually a magic sword user, because his magic base gets set good. Does he miss any supports if he leaves? I don't believe he misses supports, but there is an event he misses. So there is a character you have to pay gold to recruit into your army, and Glaucus gets a discount. It's like a 1,000 gold discount on that character. It might be a little bit more than that. I don't remember the amount, but Glaucus gets a discount on recruiting that character. So if you send, and Glaucus misses that recruitment if he comes back as a Wyvern. So you sort of choose between a little bit of extra gold or, if you're recruiting that character. He misses a support. Oh, okay, he does. My bad. Sorry for spreading misinformation on the internet. Either way, I don't think it's a huge deal. I think you would much prefer Wyvern Glaucus. Because the other thing is that Wyvern Glaucus just has really good bases. And so you don't have to train Glaucus in the early game for Wyvern Glaucus to be good. I also just don't think the Cavs are terribly impressive overall. So I'm not eager to have the most lame looking of them on my team for longer than I need to. It's not that much gold because he has returning equipment. Oh, true. I guess you could think of it that way in terms of the value. But it is sort of what you weigh against it. I also think in most playthroughs, recruiting that unit is a bit of a trap. We're gonna get him, obviously. We need everyone we can get, but I think most people don't actually want the unit that you purchase. He's not worth the money, in my opinion. We'll talk about it when we get there, but I don't think he's worth the money. I think he's pretty bad, actually. But, yeah, Glaucus, his main claim to fame is he's Cav number 2, and in order to rescue drop with Cavs, you kind of want 2 of them. So welcome to the team, you bozo. Does anyone have any, like, Glaucus tech they want to share? If you say gamble, I'll give you a 60-second ban. If you tell me your degenerate setup where it's, like, 7 supports and you give him a killer axe and fucking whatever, I won't actually ban you. I might give you a 60-second one as a joke, though. We are not going to be recruiting her, but I am save stating here just so that I can show y'all what she looks like. Because she's actually pretty good. She's actually pretty good. This is Eupraxia. She's a mage, and these are decent mage stats, you know, for a level 7. Not the greatest, but certainly far from the worst, and her growths are good too. 55% HP, 2% strength, because it's funny. 45% magic, 50% skill, 50% speed, 45% luck, 10% defense, 55 res. That is basically what you expect out of a mage. She's a holy mage, which is the anima variant. Comes with a hurricane tome, which is pretty good. Used to be like the best weapon in the game till it got nerfed. But anima's good. She's basically Kairos. In being like the anima user that doubles 10 speed. I know, it's awesome. 10 speed on a 50% growth too. Like, for level 7, it's not the greatest to be at 10 speed, but her growth is good enough that she'll, like, accelerate, right? And anima mage is good. Anima's very accurate. She has 2 promotion options. Spell sword, which gets her opportunist, which gives her a damage boost when attacking people that can't counter. And Witch, which is a mounted class, and I believe it also gives Bowbreaker? Speedy Grandma. Yeah, she's fast. Speedy Gonzalez. Frail, hits on res, doubles, and that's a very rare combination, hitting on res and doubling. Like, it's basically just her and Kairos, until you get to the promoted units. So you might be wondering why I'm not taking her. And that's because she's actually part of a sort of Aaron versus Samson situation with herself. I think it's better. I think that the second version is usually better. Because she comes back as a general with decent bulk and good magic and good speed. So like a pre-promote. And she joins on one of the harder maps in the game. But this, out of all of the choices, out of all of the, like, choose one of these 2 options, this is the closest one, because they're both good and they fill different niches. As a holy mage, Eupraxia is a very fast, like, growth unit, training project, and as a pre-promote, Eupraxia is a good general. And it's nice to have good pre-promotes. What if I like mages way more than generals? Then you should take her as a mage. But as a reminder, in this game, generals have Canto Plus and Reposition, which is really nice as well. And just not having to, like, split early game experience between one more unit if you want her on your end game team is nice. She doesn't get axes or lances, literally F tier. I believe she gets, what, anima, swords, and dark? Not bows, it's just the 3 of them. It's like a unique general variant, which Tiresias also has a unique general variant, which is kind of cool, but you don't really care about using lances and axes on her anyway. Her strength is, like, okay. You could also use magic swords on her, but I think for the most part, she's just doing tomes and choking points. And that's pretty cool. She's not the bulkiest general. Like, being a general doesn't mean that suddenly her defense goes wild, but it's better than it would be if you trained her up. And defensive units are very rare in this game, so I'll take what I can get. As a Holy Mage, though, Eupraxia is still quite good. Like, she's a worthy investment for your team. It's Dark Anima and Swords, that's the same as Sandy. Yeah, and it's a reference to the fact that she's Sandy's mother. In case you didn't know that, spoilers. She is Sandy's mother. So they have the same weapon types, only she doesn't get stabs, Sandy gets stabs. But yeah, that's sort of the plot reason for it, which is cool. But yeah, all that being said, good unit. Definitely a solid addition to your team. She's probably, like, better than Kairos in the vacuum of, like, you don't have to promote her to get tomes. Like, she doesn't need that early Master Seal. I think the availability, I would say, like, from a tier list perspective, her availability and the fact that she's, like, competing with a stronger version of herself knocks her below Kairos for me, probably. But they have the same, like, they have the same build, and she doesn't need the early seal, and that's a good quality. And she can go witch if you want to, which mounted staff users are rare. There's only 3 possible witches. It's her, another Aaron versus Samson unit, and the world's most sauceless pre-promote. Although, she's been reworked in this version. It probably makes her worse, but she at least stands out more. So that's pretty cool. Shoutouts to the 5 Coronis fans in the world. But behold! Pluto! This guy has gotten so many buffs. Even before the 2.0, he got buffed. Cause he was like, I'll be honest, even before his buffs, I think he was underrated. But especially now that he's been buffed, I think he's underrated. He is the low strength, high magic sniper, or archer. Which you might not be able to tell from his bases, but 22 HP, 7 strength, 6 magic, looks like he'd be, you know, sort of hybrid. His growth rates reflect it. 80% HP, 30% strength, 55% magic, 60% skill, 50% speed, 30% luck, 20% defense, 20% res. So he wants magic bows, which are very rare. You get them from these special shrines. I don't know if you can actually buy them at any point, but the earliest you get them is from special shrines that let you pick a special, like, magic weapon, right? He wants the magic bows. I would argue, even with his sort of noodle arm strength, he's quite good, because sniper, like, physically he's still good, because sniper is just a good-ass class. I mean, sniper gives 4 strength on promotion, but also bow range plus, which is pretty awesome. His speed is also phenomenal. 13 base on a 50% growth at level 4, by the way. We were just gassing up Eupraxia, who has a lower base, equal growth, and a higher level. Only 3 levels higher, but it makes a difference, right? Pluto's doubling everything under the sun. I love Pluto. I think he's one of the better units in the game. He tricks you into thinking he's a training project, and before the strength buff, because he got some strength buffs in various updates, he was more training focused, but even then, at base, just doubling with bows. Remember, bows are just a good weapon type. Doubling with bows, like, he kills stuff. He just kills stuff dead, and that is, you know, that's good. That's good for him. His promotion options, he can go Sniper or Mamluk. I think Sniper's almost always just the better choice. There's the funny thing with Mamluk, it gives him D-rank swords, so he, after training his sword rank, can use magic swords for 1-2 range, because magic bows are 2 range locked. So that's kind of cool. You can, like, pretend like he's a mage, but with 5 defense base and 20% growth, plus his, like, 22 base HP, you know, 22 HP base is bad. 80% growth is good, but 22 base is bad, and the base is more impactful. I don't think he really cares that much about 1-2 range. 8 move magic brand. Yeah, it does give him 8 move. Like, that is the advantage. I think Sniper is still better. Bow range plus is just really fucking good. Plus the stat gains from Sniper. 4 strength, 4 speed, 5 skill. Yes, please? Yes, please, sir? And it effectively gives him +2 attack range, because even though he only gets 1 move, like the range +1, so he really only has like 1 less attack range than as a Mamluk. The Felba doesn't have 1-2 range. Oh, does it? I might be misremembering. Does the Felba have 1-2 range, chat? No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think I'm misremembering. 4-1 Pluto is faster than the Sniper you get in 5 maps. It's absurd. He's so fast. All the magic weapons are 1-2 range. Damn, okay, Mamluk Wash. It's 1-2 range now. I think it was always. I think I'm just misremembering. I think it was always 1-2 range, and I'm just misremembering. It's been a while since I played. So, like, thank you, chat, for the corrections. They will continue to be needed. But even then, like, I still just don't think the 1-2 range is super relevant. Pluto's not enemy phasing, like, he's frail as shit. He can't even enemy phase mages, really, because, like, 20% res on a 0 base, right? But just Sniper is really fucking good! Sniper's good. He does also recruit a unit much later on, so if you don't train him up, actually, it's funny, right? If you don't train up Pluto, on the later game map where he is supposed to recruit his brother, he can still double, I think, every enemy on the map if you give him the bow that boosts your speed. There's a bow that gives you a speed boost when you equip it, and unpromoted at base, he doubles every enemy on the map with that. Or he did in an old version. I believe enemies have been buffed in 2.0. So yeah. I got Pluto like 5 levels on this map when I played it the first time. His low level is usually an upside. For us, it's a bit of a downside because I would like to seal him ASAP. But I think by the time we have seals to work with, you know, he'll be 10. He has the bases and growths of normal mode Rutger outside of magic. And that's funny because his personality is that he's like cosplaying as an edgelord because he's autistic. And then Plato is like very Rutger coded. They're my autistic little skrunklies. But I've finished my breakfast now. So we've got 3 unit reviews. Vasiliki, Fructuoso, and Scymerius. Last stream I had y'all vote on who we would go first, but I cannot access the results of that vote because YouTube is a well-made platform. And I forgot to do another poll while I was eating breakfast, and we've delayed long enough, so we're just gonna go left to right. And we'll start with Vasiliki. As I talked about with Pluto, being an archer is good because Sniper is probably one of the, like, what, top 3 classes in the game? It's a phenomenal class. Bow range +2, or bow range +1 is very, very good. Vasiliki is a level 1 archer, and her stats really remind you that she's a level 1 archer. She does have decent growths. I wouldn't say they're good growths. Like, she's a trainee, and she doesn't exactly have trainee level growths. 60% HP, 40% strength, 25% magic, 30% skill, 40% speed, 60% luck, 5% defense, 15% res. She's easily the worst of the archers, but she's still an archer. If you train her up, she'll be easily the worst of the snipers, but she's still a sniper. A worthwhile investment. Not, like, the most appealing prospects, because you're choosing between 3 units and the other 2 are already pre-built. and have really strong attributes aside from being yet another sniper. But like 40% in both strength and speed means she'll level up, I guess, a little bit. Her kind of like selling point that she tries to give you is that she occasionally produces free vulneraries. The phrasing on this is deliberately vague because it is not an RNG chance. It is just at specific chapters, if Vasiliki is on your team, she'll make you a vulnerary at the base camp. As such, if you're not using any of the 3 roadside units, she's the one that you pick because, you know, that's vulneraries. It's free 900 gold item. That's pretty good. And there's a decent possibility you're not using any of the roadside units, even though the other 2 have, like, appealing aspects to them. Because deployment slots are pretty tight in this game. If you've, like, trained up a team of early game units and you don't have room for someone else, just grab Vasiliki. She'll make vulneraries for you. I think she's probably the worst choice in terms of, like... I mean, I also think she's the worst of the 3 of them just because a training project at this point is not great. But she's probably the worst choice in terms of someone to add to your team at this point. The next chapter is really hard. In my opinion, it's the hardest map in the game. If you're going for the side objective. Even if you're not, it's pretty difficult. But if you're going for the side objective, it's when it's the hardest. And so that could be trouble. That can be trouble. One thing that I think is actually kind of neat. Vasiliki going Mamluk. Because she has 16 luck and a 60% growth. She can actually use the Devil Sword pretty effectively. And so if Vasiliki goes Mamluk, she gets Sword Rank, which is kind of funny. There's no Devil Bow, unless it's been added in 2.0. So there's no, like, real motivation for that other than the Devil Sword, but it's kind of cool. It's something unique that she has. Is it worth skipping Sniper? Probably not, but 8 move is a hell of a drug, right? Snipers are so good in Hag, you have to work for them, all of them except for 1. Yes. And Vasiliki, again, despite being the worst sniper, is still a sniper. And hey, you know, we give her credit for the vulnerary she makes you. That's pretty cool. Inverse FE4, the worst archer is still good because of archer. The best cav is still cav. So bench-worthy. I mean, I think it's less that calves are bench-worthy in Hag. Like, I think the innate traits of the Cavalier class are still good in this game. It's just that these specific calves we have are not great. Now we have Fructuoso. So Fructuoso, these are decent stats. His speed is fucking abysmal, but 14 strength and 10 defense. Quite good. 30 HP, quite good. And Fructuoso has very good growths as well. 90% HP, 60% strength, 20% magic, 40% skill, 20% speed. That's his weak point. 40% luck, 35% defense, which isn't great in a vacuum, but as a reminder, the highest defense growth in the game is 40. So 35 is right behind. And 5% res. He's statted like an Armor Knight, low speed, low res, high HP, high defense, high strength, right? Which is good because he has Provoke. Fructuoso as a tank and Provoke. It's pretty hard to understate just how strong Provoke is. I think Provoke is one of the strongest tools you get, not only in this game, but in the entire Fire Emblem series. At least the way that it works in ROM hacks. Provoke forces enemies, it says prioritize, but it forces enemies to always attack a Provoke unit if they are able to. This means they'll ignore anyone who doesn't counter them. This means they'll ignore anyone they have lethal damage on. I believe this can also screw with AI and prevent them from, like, I don't know, doing other tasks if they're capable of attacking. But I'm not 100% on that. And that's not really relevant here because there's no enemy staffers, right? But Provoke itself, like enemy AI manipulation, I mean, it's not even really AI manipulation because you're not doing like weird arbitrary arrow dancing stuff. Being able to force AI to act in the way that you want is incredibly strong. It lets you take advantage of your, you know, weak and frail units on the front lines without worrying about them just getting one shot. Provoke is such a strong skill that Fructuoso had to be nerfed. After combat, he takes 5 damage. Now this damage cannot be lethal, but this occurs even when the enemy can't counter him. So you chuck a hand axe at a foe, you take 5 damage. It is a very significant downside. It's not enough. I still think Fructuoso is probably the best unit in the game. Provoke is just such a high value skill. It's kind of ridiculous. Even in a game that does have a decent amount of healing, being able to protect your frail or low HP people for free just by positioning someone in a specific spot is super useful and constantly has applications. Putting them in range of siege tomes, putting them in range of ballistas, putting them in range of only specific enemies, putting them in range of everyone. Like, there's tons of different ways you can utilize it. And in Hag, Fructuoso has a ton of tools to take advantage of to make this even stronger. Later on, we'll get a unit called Barlow, who is a tactician, cannot fight, but has rallies and inspiration. And he and Fructuoso are best friends, because if he's standing next to Fructuoso, enemies will never attack him. They always attack Fructuoso instead. But he provides the inspiration buff. He can rally to buff defense and res and whatnot. You get the normal rock, which is basically Wary Fighter as a held item to get around Fructuoso's speed weakness, because he's not doubling anything and he's getting doubled by a lot of stuff, right? Fructuoso's promotion options are Berserker and Hoplite. And Hoplite not only buffs his bulk with 3 defense and 4 HP, but also gives him Triangle Adept, which means that he doubles Triangle Advantage and Disadvantage. And he can wield all 3 physical weapon types, so you give him the proper weapon, a lance, an axe, or a sword, and just have him stand in range of only people who he has advantage or neutrality on. He gets significantly more avoid, he gets significantly more defense, like, because it doubles, functionally more defense, because it doubles the, whatchamacallit, the bonus. Fructuoso is, oh, you get the Solar Brace? Or no, Lunar Brace is the one that gives you extra, it lowers your offenses, but gives you extra defensive stats. Fructuoso is just cracked. I know that there's some people who are turned off by Clumsy, because Clumsy is a very big downside. Losing 5 HP after combat in a game where healing is so limited, it's a big deal. Like, I don't want to, I'm not even gonna claim like, oh, it's not as big a deal as you think it is. It's probably not as big a deal as you think you is, but it is still a big deal. Fructuoso overall saves on healing resources. Once Fructuoso is off the ground, which takes like a chapter and a half, there are so many turns where he's just going to be the only person you need to heal. Clumsy is the best way to scare people away from the best of the 3 mercs. Yeah, I fell for the Clumsy propaganda. Or not even propaganda. Like, when I first played it, I saw Clumsy, I was like, no, that seems awful. And like, it is something you need to bear in mind while doing your calculations, while you're like, okay, can Fructuoso live these units? You have to remember to factor in the Clumsy. But Clumsy doesn't kill. So if you can reduce it to 0 damage, which, like, is reasonable. After promotion, he has 13 base, quote-unquote base, defense. And then you factor in the 35% growth. Plus inspiration, plus rally. Normal Rock is a personal item for Fructuoso. It is. Enemies don't get worse debuffs from the triangle. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure it impacts both sides. If it doesn't impact first sides, that's a little bit annoying. But it does mean, like, it still gives him full triangle in order to reduce damage that way. I'm heavily confident it's only the wielder side. It's not a serious mark against him, but it's kind of funny. Oh, he's like another axe wielder. Yeah, that is sort of I think that's the other thing that might discourage people from grabbing him, is like if you're using Fango and Begoñia and Soter and whatnot. But yeah, Fructuoso, if you still think Fructuoso bad, I would encourage you to try using him. It seems like he will increase the amount you have to heal by clumsy, but he actually significantly decreases the amount you have to heal with provoke. Because remember, Apate has capped magic. She can heal most people to full HP from whatever they're at. But what she can't do is heal your entire team. She doesn't have, Fortify, right? She doesn't have any sort of mass healing. She doesn't even get Power Staff until much later. And even once she has Power Staff, that's 2 people. Even if you have to heal Fructuoso every turn, which I don't think you do, that means you don't have to heal the rest of your team if he's provoking them away from them. She heals for 35 right now, which is more than fine. Yeah, and then once Fructuoso gets enough HP that he's not fine, she'll get mend, right? So, like, Fructuoso lowers the amount of healing that needs to be done. Half my army was axe wielders after grabbing Fructuoso, but I regret nothing. I mean, axes are good, right? It makes your shopping trips easier to not have to think about whether you want axes, lances, or swords. Being able to manipulate enemy behavior is a strong ability. Who would have thought? The equal and opposite half of that is Scymerius, except for it's not equal, it's just opposite. So Scymerius has Shade, which in theory is also an enemy AI manipulation tool. In practice, not so much. So they are, what this means is they are not going to be attacked unless they are the only target in an enemy's range. In my experience, sometimes Shade just doesn't work. I don't know why. Sometimes it just doesn't. But even if it works 100% of the time, Shade is significantly less useful than Provoke. Because Shade is not something that you can, like, actively manipulate to protect other people. It's a very selfish skill to prevent yourself from getting attacked. And there's not really, like, what do you do with not getting attacked? I guess if you're a frail unit, but Scymerius's combat is not, like, good enough. So, like, the Scymerius, I guess the selling point is, like, oh, they've got better combat than the others, but, like, do they? 12 strength, 14 speed. 14 strength not doubling? I guess when Scymerius doubles, which, like, they will frequently, they're dealing more damage. They got decent combat at this point in time. But compared to your trained units from the per coat arc, I think they're generally gonna be behind. Lances are not a very good weapon type. I just don't see the vision. I just don't see the vision. Like, they feel like Nikolaos plus, I guess. But, like, without the availability that Nikolaos had. Shade has no effect, it's a joke. Chat, can we get a confirmation or denial on Shade having literally no impact? Solid offensive stats and 1 level away from Hoplite. You're not giving your first fucking Master Seal to Scymerius, are you? Let's be 100% right now. Their growths are fine. Nah, their growths are probably, yeah, fine. Fine, I think is how I describe them. 90% HP. No, I'd say good. 45% strength, 30% magic, 40% skill, 65% speed, 20% luck, 20% defense, 20% res. So, like, 45 strength, 65 speed is good. If Shade doesn't do anything, then the low defensive growths are kind of annoying long term. But like base 7 is fine. 26 HP, base 7. It's not like the worst bulk in the world. But it's fine. I don't know about Shade, but I can tell you Stink does have an actual effect. What does Stink do? I'm learning so much about this game. You might as well treat Shade as not existing because it doesn't always work. Yeah, but even if it did work, like what is the sauce to just leave Scymerius at low HP? And then I guess they can attack things that don't counter them? Woo, I killed an archer. Under the hood, Stink makes Despoil go- Oh, okay. So it doesn't actually have an effect. Like, okay, I thought you meant it was a secret, like, cause in Tearing Saga, there's a skill that secretly is the anti-charisma, and I thought you were saying something like that. Okay. Their bulk is fine until they get critted. I mean, we just got the Hoplon Guard, so I don't put too much stock in the 2 luck, but like it does mean they have to have it stapled to them. I guess this is like the bulk skill, but it doesn't always work, but even if it did work, I don't really care for it. There's just, even if Shade worked 100% of the time, there's just not much you can do with it. Like, cool, it keeps Scymerius alive, I guess. 4 inventory slots syndrome on a hoplite. Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate, but like, that's the same thing Fructuoso is dealing with. Let's be so fucking honest. Fructuoso has normal rock, right? So like, it's fine. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. I think the bigger thing is just like, what are they offering you? They're probably behind your per coat training arcs at this point. And yeah, their offensive growths are good. We're about to be handed so many cracked units. Like, next chapter we get Órlaith, who's not as cracked, but still good. The chapter after that, we get Alonso and Teresa and Fiadh. And then shortly after that, Jade? Like, Vasiliki stocks rising. I mean, like I said, I think if you're not gonna use any of them, you grab Vasiliki. But yeah, I think Scymerius is like, oh, right, and that's the other thing. Scymerius' second secret gimmick is they miss 2 chapters, which, like, is not the end of the world, but it means if Scymerius is, like, a big part of your team, you just end up being, like, a man down. Nobody wants that. Scholar combat for the next map isn't awful. I know. Like, ironically, as much as I'm shit-talking them, I might actually take Scymerius for a 0 growth setting. Because Fructuoso needs time to get off the ground in, like, Lamau. Lamau base level Vasiliki. Hey, I love my hoplite. Where the fuck is my hoplite? That's the other reason I think giving them one of the first Master Seals is just an unserious position. Because, like, I mean, first off, I don't think their bases are good enough to justify it. I think if you're using Scymerius long enough turn to promote them, you want to use their growths. But also they just, like, they fuck off with the seal. It's so fucking funny. The number of posts on the Hag thread that are like, I think I found a glitch. Scymerius disappeared. They didn't die last chapter. Which, like, I'm not making fun of those people. Like, I think that's a reasonable thing to respond with when, like, where the fuck did my unit go? But it's just funny. Do we talk about the chapter 21 boss thing? I guess, I mean, I don't have anything more to say about Scymerius, do y'all? But I guess before we make our roadside stop, I should talk about, like, what even is going on here. So, we can pick one of these 3 units. Later, I believe after chapter 15, we will get to pick another one. And the third one, whichever one we don't pick, becomes a boss in chapter 21. Vasiliki as the boss is very funny because it means you can just fucking kill her at 1 range. Last map. So the unit reviews are not over yet. This is Wulfric VGC, fellow YouTuber, welcome. Wulfric is your first Dark Rider, the other Cav variant, which means he uses lances and bows. He starts with an A support with Tiresias, a unit who does not join us for a very long time, but it's nice when you finally get Tiresias, because Tiresias is, I wouldn't say an auto-deploy, but I think most people are going to deploy him. Wulfric is pretty good growths, too. Like, decent. Cav growths is what you expect from Cav growths, right? Coin flip emblem. 80% HP, 50% strength, 20% magic, 40% skill, 40% speed, 40% luck, 30% defense, 10% res. I think the problem arises that his bases for his level, like level 8, are not great. Like, again, they're Cav bases. 11 strength, 9 speed. You're not doubling a lot. 9 defense. I mean, 9 defense is actually pretty good. Especially backed up by a 30% defense growth. And like 40% speed, it could be better, but it could be worse. Being a bow cavalier gives him effectively 8 range. And like, he could go Black Dragoon. I wouldn't. It gets him dark magic on the 3 magic stat, 20% growth. No, thank you. I think the only reasonable promotion for Wulfric is Great Knight, and that gives him Savior, it gives him Axe access, I guess. And it gives him, like, decent stat buffs, 3 strength, 2 defense, 1 res. I think Wulfric is the best of the Cavs. He's got stats on par with Agari, but better weapon types. Well, bows are the better weapon type. Lances are kind of eh. He's like the most okay unit ever. He 3 rounds most units pretty good. Yeah, and he's a Cav that can shoot flyers. And like bows aren't just good for shooting flyers. Attacking uncountered in a game where healing is limited. Yes, please. You know, we're about to get Fiadh, but I'll take multiple bow units. The other thing is that, like, he can join the rescue drop squad. Like, I think if you're trying to do the thing where you deploy at least 2 Cavs so you can rescue drop someone, you kick Glaucus to the curb for the one who's, like, a little bit better. But also you can use all 3. And this map in particular, Chapter 8. So this is where the first Master Seal, if you didn't, if you didn't kill Polonius. Not Polonius, what's his name? Telemus. That's the first Master Seal, basically. And it is an incredibly tight timer to get there. So having multiple mounted units is useful. Like, so even just on his join map, second hardest village in the game, I think it's the hardest one. I'm curious which one you think is harder. Okay, Órlaith. Orla. It's Orla. I'm pronouncing it wrong. I'm sorry. Orla. Orla is... I think probably the most slept on of the Armor Knights. I see a lot of people say that she's the worst of them. And like joining directly before Alonso certainly does put a damper. But even before the 2.0 buffs, I think she was pretty good. Better than Raleigh, in my opinion. And with the 2.0 ones, like, it's no fucking question. She's got really good strength. In addition to 13 base, just a 60% strength growth. Absurdity. Absurdity, I tell you, absurdity. 25% magic, 45% skill, 35% speed, 50% luck, and then her bulk is also quite good. 80% HP growth and 40% defense growth. Very impressive. Like, she's gonna be our bulky queen. She's not really magically oriented, but 6 base magic means she can use Dark Tomes about as well as Raleigh, right? 20% res, you know, it's Armor Knight. She's basically Armor Knight o'clock, but her speed is like decent, not good, but decent. 9 speed on a 35% growth is like okay. I think of the armors, she's the one who like considers promoting to Dragoon, because Dragoon gets bow rank, which is good, high strength bows. But she'll also be dominant as a general. Like, she'll be good no matter where you put her. I think the biggest sort of like sad thing about her is joining next to Alonso. Alonso looks ridiculous. And being stuck on 4 move at this point in the game is kind of tragic. You can rescue people around, like you're gonna get Teresa next map. We got 3 cabs, well 2 now, but so like you can work around it, but it is unfortunate. She really wants an early master seal, but she also really wants to use the super good strength growth. So she's sort of torn in 2 directions. E rank dark, she has C. She's C rank dark. She has Sagel Tome and Spiral. Yeah, she has Spiral rank at base, so like she can just use her strength with dark magic, which is cool. But yeah, I think Orla, I'm gonna try. I think Orla is good. I think Orla's quite good. I think Orla's a little bit slept on, like a sleeper unit, which is wild to say about a 60% growth rate unit, but you know, 60% strength growth, it is good. I mean, in this, her strength is not gonna be 60, but you know, it be how it be. Before we enter into this map, it's time for a Fiadh unit review. Holy shit, this unit. Holy shit, this unit. So I've been gassing up Sniper the past couple of streams. Turns out, the pre-promoted one is pretty darn good too. These are good bases, and her growths are also good, offensively oriented. 80% HP, 50% strength, 30% magic, 60% skill, 55 speed, 40 luck, 20 defense, 20 res. A lot of 50s there, and I got a comment earlier that like Fiadh's bad because coin flip syndrome or something. I think coin flip syndrome really only applies to a unit that desperately needs their level ups as quickly as possible. Like, the problem with Phobos and Nikolaos and whatnot having coin flippy growths is if you miss like 2 speed level ups, you're fucked, you're too far behind. Fiadh starts out pretty far ahead, so if she misses her first 2 or 3 level ups and then gets the next couple, she's fine. She stays on average. The world isn't ready for fixed growths, Fiadh. I don't think Fiadh needs fixed growths. Fiadh's still one of the best units in the game. Also Silver Bow. Yeah, A-rank bows, Sniper, bow range plus, 14 strength and 14 speed. She doubles a ton. She one-rounds things that she doubles. She could be even better. The thing is, right, like, units are gonna tend towards their averages over a longer period of time. So, over the course of 6, 8, 10 levels, the fact that she missed her first few don't matter. Coin flip growths don't mean like, damn, I might get exceptionally unlucky and miss a 50% growth 6 times in a row. The reason that coin flip growths are bad is on growth units who really want to get a specific stat on their first couple of levels, it's unreliable. So, you know, Oscar misses strength 2 times in a row, suddenly he's short of 1 rounding. And when you're short of 1 rounding, it's harder to gain experience and continue to snowball. You could. I've had 10 strength level 15 TMGC, Stefan. Damn, you fell into the 0.06% chance for a unit to get screwed, therefore they are bad. Fire Emblem fans are so fucking bad at understanding RNG. Like, it is, even the way that the bots give average stats is flawed to an extent. It should be arranged, but that's a whole other conversation. My point is that on a unit with good bases, having 50% growths is good. On a unit with bad bases, having 50% growths is bad. Fia's growths are good enough. They're going to carry her for a while. The ranges matter more than averages. My point is that averages should be ranges, or at the very least... no, they should be ranges, not decimals. Anytime there's a decimal, it should be a range. But that's, like I said, that's a whole other conversation. Her problem is her EXP gain is slow. You're only getting 1 shot at the coin flip every time between levels. Yeah, but she doesn't need... This is the point in the game where your unit should be promoting anyway. You're going to start facing promoted enemies. She's going to level slower than your unpromoteds, but it's not like she's going to level, like, 1 level every 3 chapters or something ridiculous like that. Y'all make it sound like Fiadh desperately needs to gain stats as soon as possible and also can't ever level up. I don't know. I maintain that Fire Emblem fans do not know how fucking statistics work. 14 will be 16 soon, the Solar Brace. True, Solar Brace exists too. And like, because she has no defensive stats whatsoever, there's no reason not to put it on her. I guess the reason would be if you want to buff someone else as well. But the downside of like losing defensive stats kind of doesn't matter. 3 range good. 3 range good. And let me introduce you to something. 4 range better. Because if we go ahead and give her the longbow, she suddenly outranges everything. Although I am going to put that on Pluto so that we have 2 3 rangers. Okay. So, Alonso. This unit's stupid good. He starts out with a support with Teresa. She's dark. It's dark fire, which is full hit. Which I think is very noteworthy because he uses axes and anima, but axes, it helps the axes, and it helps Teresa too with lances. Alonso also just has really good stats. These stats are actually, they were nerfed. I'm gonna pull up the Alonso nerf. Because it's kind of ridiculous how much he got nerfed. Minus 7 HP, minus 3 magic, minus 10% defense growth, but he gets a plus 20 magic growth. And his promotion to White Dragoon also got nerfed. Purely as a result of him, White Dragoon lost 1 HP gain on promotion. Even still, Alonso just has really good bases. 10 strength, 13 speed, 13 defense. Is immediately able to promote to either Dragoon or General. And he has good growths. 103% HP, 35% strength, 60% magic, 15% skill, 60% speed, 30% luck, 40% defense! Highest in the game! 10% res. What's Órlaith's defense compared to him? Órlaith has 11 defense. So Alonso just like kind of goes bonkers fast general. Not just fast general, but like his strength isn't great, but his magic growth is good, so he can sort of transition into a mage general. And he's just really bulky. Good magic growth, but bad base, also level 11. Yeah, I mean, like, level 11 is an upside for us. It does mean if you want to make him magical, you probably want to hold off on promoting him, which is unfortunate because 4 moved really rough at this point in the game. But he can just, like, instantly chug a seal, become a general, or become a, White Dragoon, and, like, do good. Just dominate things. The Bolt Axe is kind of cracked on him. Yeah, if we get a Bolt Axe for him, I mean, we won't because no growths, right? But Bolt Axe for him, he's just stupid good. He's just stupid good. He's good for kind of straightforward reasons of, like, stats equals good. The only area he really struggles in is strength, but he has a decent base. Like, 10 is okay with axes. And I think he has, yeah, his B rank axes, so he can use, like, good axes. Starting with the Teresa support is also really nice. I think he's a contender for S tier. I have him in high A, but I had him in S before the nerfs. Meg wishes she could be Alonso. Very Meg-coded, except for Old Man and Epic because of that. Alright, Teresa! Ignore the fact that she's poisoned. Teresa's quite good. Teresa, I think, is an S tier unit. I have Teresa ranked very high. When I showed the tier list at the start of this stream, I got some pushback on that from people saying, like, Teresa bad stats. 12 strength, 8 speed at base, 9 defense, 32 HP. Like, her stats are good. And her growths back that up. 80% HP, 50% strength, 15 magic, 35% skill, 40% speed, 50 luck, 25 defense, 10 res. It's not like the total dominance of someone like Har or whatever, but I think people have too high standards just based on the fact that she's in a Wyvern class. Her stats are good, and she's the only flyer you get for quite some time. The next one joins in chapter 15. So this is what, this is chapter 9. So there are 6 maps where Teresa is the only flyer, and 5 out of 6 of them, in 5 out of 6 of them, flyer utility is a very big deal. There's a ton of forests here. You know, she's kept in check by the archers, but there's a ton of forests, and obviously the mountain up here to deal with this Malignite, although she's not good for that. The next map's indoors, and that doesn't matter. But then after that is a snow map with a big mountain range. Then another snow map with mountains and forests. After that is a river map, a ton of rivers to fly over. And then is one of the only maps where mountains matter, like going on mountains matters. So on all of those maps, just being able to fly is good. Combined with good strength, only miss speed. Yeah, I mean, her speed's not great, but I don't think it's bad. And you can slap a normal rock on her if you want. But like 40% growth on an 8 base, it's fine. It'll get you not doubled. And she's got the strength to kill with effective weapons. She also just has, she has the Alonso support, so they support each other. And she gets a hit boost off of that to sort of make up for Lance's being a pretty unimpressive weapon type. Wyvern promotion's also pretty good. 2 strength, 1 speed, 2 defense, 4 HP, 2 skill, 1 res, 1 con. Don't go Malignite. Malignite is the class no one wants. It seems cool, but like 3 magic on top of her 2 base, it's just not going there. Malig is just sad. The peg has bad accuracy and strength. Yeah, even once you get the other flyer, like I'm focusing a lot on the early game because I do think being the only flyer for that portion is like a shining star in her favor. But even once you get the other flyer, I find that that's like the least impressive flyer in the game. But also field them both. Like if one flyer is good, 2 is better. Earthquake flyer. She has D rank though. Malignite gets D rank anim on promotion, so I don't think it's what you want, unfortunately. funny enough, I think there's only one person who wants Malignite, and he gets stuck in Wyvern Lord. But yeah, Teresa's very fucking good. Like, who would have guessed a flyer is good in GBA Fire Emblem? I guess the downside is, like, her high con means her aid is somewhat limited. But 14 is enough for a lot of units. Not everyone. Like, if you just care about rescue dropping, the other unit has got your back better. But, like, she can immediately rescue Alonso, right? Like, I don't know, 14 is a lot. People talk up like she's fat, so she has bad rescue, but I think you're just thinking of what would happen if she was in FE7 or 8. There's no female aid in this. Like, everyone gets the good formula. So, like, who does she miss? Does she miss anyone right now? Promoted Begoñia she would miss. And that's it. Teresa never felt good in my run. Damn, bad in my run syndrome. Bad in my run syndrome. I mean, if a unit's got good bases, good growths, and is in a good class, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you got unlucky, you got unlucky. I'm sorry. The con thing is wild to me because, like, who is she missing? Promoted Alonso? No, Promoted Alonso gets 1 con on general, right? No, 2 cons. So she misses Promoted Alonso and Promoted Begoñia. Can she get Promoted Soter? Not that that matters, but, like, I just want to check. Soter. Yeah, she can get everyone unpromoted, but none of the generals once they're promoted. Except, obviously, General Eupraxia. She can get. Fango? What's Fango's con? It might be the Fango propaganda. Yeah, she misses Fango. My bad. She misses 1 unpromoted unit. Worthless. Worthless rescue dropper. She's gendering so hard, y'all. So this is Beatrix. Beatrix actually has, like, kind of decent stats for her join time. Or rather, she would if this were her real join time. Unfortunately, she's available in this chapter, and then she leaves and doesn't come back until chapter 16, at which point she's, like, outclassed by everyone around her, friend and foe alike. 14, 14, 22 is pretty good. Is kind of huge. It is huge for chapter 11. I mean, the 22 is the huge part, right? Like, look at 1 more strength than Alonso, right? It's the speed that really matters. 22 speed, she doubles everything. 19 defense is also, like, decently bulky. And then 16 res. She dodges everything. Can we compare Spiral and Earthquake? 12 might, 75 hit. 10 might, 80 hit. Okay, so whoever said Earthquake is strictly worse than Spiral just doesn't care about hit rates. The 5 hit is not a huge deal. Like, I think I do probably prefer Spiral because 2 might for 5 hit, but, like, it's not strictly better. That hit rate is important. But Beatrix has, like, hybrid attacking stats, and her growths support that as well. 65% HP, 30% strength, 35% magic, 60% skill, 70% speed. She caps this every fucking playthrough. 25% luck, 20% defense, 50% red. So she can be a mage killer. And she shows you, she's got the very funny magical sword physical tome. So she shows you she's good in both. She's also an artificer, so she has lock touch and poison strike. I think that's not, like, super relevant right now because she kills a lot of stuff, but when she comes back, it's a big deal. I think Beatrix would be pretty good if she actually joined right now. You know, like, it would be a huge mid-game power spike and then slowly fall off. But unfortunately, she doesn't join right now. Like, she leaves after this chapter. She'll be very helpful in this chapter. And then when she comes back, I mean, I'll probably still field her, because at that point, she's just better than López. and I need a Lock Toucher. But, like, I won't be happy about it. Poison Strike will be real as 0%. Yeah, Poison Strike will probably be at its most useful here. She has A rank swords, B rank dark. No, she's got B in both. She's got a double B. But yeah, I think Beatrix is, like, one of the least impressive units in the game. But if you didn't train López, and you didn't send one of your Shaman's Artificer, like, she's your late game Lock Touch unit, and that's fine. And her stats are not, like, terrible. If you take her items, does she have new ones for Chapter 16? I believe her items are automatically sent to the convoy, and she joins with new items no matter what. I might be misremembering, but I think that's how it works. Hashtag Mage Killer. I mean, she is legit, like, good against mages. I think she shows up here to kill those shamans, but she showed up on the wrong side. No one's talking about Spiral and Earthquake because someone said Órlaith with Earthquake. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Dark Tomes literally win against mages. No, there's no weapon triangle for magic in this because there's only anima and dark magic. Light magic, I mean, it exists, but it barely exists, right? Honestly, I think weapon triangle for magic is kind of stupid. The bigger thing is that druids get Tomebreaker. So that druids will beat mages, but they also beat other dark mages. Dark Tome rank gives Seja, which wins against mages. Yeah, that's the other one. It's effective against mages. But there's no triangle. Seja and Tomebreaker. It sort of simulates that. Like, they're definitely the anti-mage mages, but it's not a triangle. But yeah, anyone got anything to say about Beatrix? I have never used her long term, so this will be interesting. She is the unit that made me want to do 0% growths because I thought she would join. Like, during my first playthrough, I was like, oh, Beatrix seems like she'd be a really cool mid-game unit. I can't wait to do 0% growths. And then she goes, nah, I'm late game unit, fuck you. So Polonius is a spell sword, which is the sage class I talked about with Kairos, right? And so he gets Opportunist, 4 extra damage against foes that can't counter. Unfortunately, he doesn't have very good magic. So bro has 4 magic. You can make some amount of magical damage work. You know, we saw with Alonso, right? 6 base magic. Just hitting on res is nice. But realistically, you're using strength. Polonius is a sword unit that also gets to use the Earthquake Tome. He's not very good. 11 speed, 11 defense. Like, this is good for our standards, but our standards are not the normal standards. He does actually have a decent strength growth. His growths are 75% HP, 60% strength, and then everything else sucks. 10% magic, 20% skill, 35% speed, 10% luck, 40 defense. Oh, that is actually really good. He's a tank. Yo, he's a tank. 40 defense, 0 res. But those growths don't really matter because he's a promoted level 4 unit. So, like, he's not gaining experience. You know, people complain about Fiadh. Polonius, like, at least Fiadh has good combat and gets kills. Polonius doesn't get kills, so Polonius gets cheap EXP as a promoted unit. 44 HP and 11 defense. Yeah, we are unfortunately going to get a lot of use out of him in this run, and not just on shop maps. Because, like, Polonius' selling point is he has bargain. That means during preps, you can buy stuff for half price with Polonius. And then more importantly, Polonius is basically an auto-deploy on every map with a shop. I think his stats are good enough that he still does, like, filler combat on the shop maps. But, like, not good enough to justify deploying him anywhere else. He has the same strength as Fiadh, but less skill and speed. Yeah, but Fiadh uses bows and has bow range plus. Whereas Polonius is using swords. And, like, I guess Opportunist means he'll do good against snipers, like enemy snipers. But, like, lol. He doesn't get any 2 range even. I guess Earthquake is 2 range. He's better Shanam because he's not an escort mission. Yeah, I mean, like, it feels like you're going a man down by deploying him, but he does chip stuff. Do you believe in the idea that speed thresholds for doubling are better than the raw attack stat? I think it depends. I think it's highly situational. I don't think you can make a broad sweeping statement about that. But Polonius doesn't hit those doubling thresholds. He isn't worse than an empty deployment slot. I mean, nothing is worse than an empty deployment slot. Big Shamshir crits. Yes, with his 7 skill. With his 7 skill and 20% growth rate. I mean, Polonius, the joke is, right? He's an actor. So he's pretending to be a mage, but he doesn't actually do magical damage. You just use him for shopping. Speed's a defensive stat. Yeah, I mean, it stops you from getting doubled. I think 11 is enough that most units won't double him, at least. Are these stats worse than his boss map? He has more HP, but I think his other stats, like, he had 15 strength as a boss, and he's got 14 now. So, you know, not very good at combat, but I would still say he's one of the best units in the game because of just how much bargain impacts your economy. It basically doubles your gold supply. You use him for shopping, that's why he has a battle combo with the final boss! I really like Polonius from a design perspective, though. Like, I think that he is good enough at that filler role that when you deploy him for shop maps, it feels bad, but it doesn't feel like an empty deployment slot, right? Enemies aren't reaching 15 aside from Merms, who will deal like 3 damage to him. Yeah, 11 defense, again, for our purposes, is good. Shoutouts to 5 resistance. Like, he'll get shredded by mages, I guess, but who doesn't in our army? Next up, we have Ofelia. I wish this unit was better than she is. Her stats don't matter. I'm tempted to not even read her growth rates. When I first recruited her in my blind run, chat popped the fuck off because she has a 70% speed growth and a 135 HP growth. But she's a Zane, right? So she only uses her growth rates if she does combat, but without transforming, which, like, C rank lances, yay, 22 HP, 3 strength. I guess I for completeness' sake, I'll read out her growth rates. 135 HP, 20 strength, 25 magic, 40 skill, 70 speed, 80 luck, 30 defense, and 75 res. So she's a mage killer. No, Ophelia's here for method acting. She's a Zane type unit. She transforms into others. This is worse than being a dancer. But I believe it's, like, usually pretty okay. The problem with it, right, in addition to you're committing to a specific unit, whereas dancers have turn-by-turn flexibility, you have to take a turn off every 5 turns just to transform into someone. Unless things have changed in the 2.0 patch, Ofelia also doesn't copy skills, which means she can't, like, reposition as a general. I don't think she even gets Canto Plus as a general. She can't generate extra money as a copy of López. She can't, she doesn't have extra range as a sniper. So, like, she's generally going to be a worse version of the person you copied. Better lance rank than Teresa. Yeah, but when she transforms into Teresa, she takes Teresa's lance rank, so it doesn't matter. Those are all inherent to being in the class. I remember in version 1 point something, I transformed into a promoted Raleigh and could not reposition as Ofelia. So I'm pretty sure it could be changed. It could be changed, but I'm pretty sure she does not have, at least at 1 point, she did not have access to the skills. And that was when I stopped fielding her, because I was like, well, this is garbage. In our playthrough, right? She's gonna be good just because we have such limited access to, like, useful units that even having a second worse copy of Alonso is still gonna be better than, like, you know, fielding fucking Nikolaos, right? But it's not great. It's not where you want to be at. She will never fall off this run. Also, in case anyone has any clever ideas about transforming into a Apate, that's a waste of Ophelia's turn, because that heal staff is not tradable. So, like, she can copy a Apate, but then she's just literally dead weight. The game explicitly tells you not to copy a Apate. Yeah, but people, it's the meme, the DW meme of, like, that can't stop me, I can't read. You also don't even get renewal because, again, doesn't copy skills. I think Ophelia is, like, a pretty bad unit. I don't think she's worth deploying outside of specific challenge runs. But, like, it's a fun idea. I wish she copied reposition and, like, other skills. I mean, only reposition is the one I care about because I love reposition. Should have gone a dancer route. I'm sure there's a valid reason she's not a dancer. I mean, you're looking at the valid reason right now. The hack is balanced around limited healing. And so having a dancer to give Apate an extra turn would break the design. Apate gets staff force later. But as of the early game maps are designed to test your ability to do things with only 1 heal per turn. And then later on, it's tests your ability to do things with 2 or 3, depending on if you're fielding Tiresias. So a dancer, like, the existence of a dancer would mean on most turns you just dance Apate. And there'd be sometimes you wouldn't, but I think that having a dancer would kind of undercut the design intentions of this hack, which is why she can't copy Apate, right? You can't stop her from dancing Apate, at least as far as I know from the I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can't stop a specific unit from getting danced with the technology we have right now. But you can make it so the heal staff isn't tradable, so copying Apate is worthless. I wish Freelancer Take was less rocky about skills and such, but my hands are tied there. No, it's fine. Like, I'm complaining about the unit, but that's not like a design issue. It's a limitation, right? Builder is a very impressive program, but you can't just, like, type in what you want and immediately get it. Apate and Barlow are the reason you get no dancer. Oh, true, extra rallies as well. Although I think dancing Barlow would be significantly less, design warping than dancing Apate. Like, it's not even necessarily that dancing Apate is powerful that's the problem. It's dancing Apate undercuts some of the design. I guess we should do a Hestia unit review, shouldn't we? I like that she joins with just the hammer. That's cool. Because she's a blacksmith. Hestia's Bestia, right? Smiley face. These bases are pretty underwhelming for her join time. Level 11 fighter, 13 strength, 13 speed. Like, good for us, right? She'll do hard fucking work for us. But if you've, like, trained up Fango, trained up Begoñia, trained up any axe user, they're gonna outclass her. Her growths are alright. 80% HP, 45% strength, 30% magic, 65% skill, that's the big one, 50% speed, 45% luck, 20% defense, and 15% res. The most impactful thing is 65% skill on a 16 base. For an axe user, that is a huge blessing. She's not gonna miss fucking anything. Unfortunately, axe users at this point have the ability to promote into either Hoplite or Bounty Hunter in order to fix their hit rates that way. But the fact that Hestia doesn't need to fix her hit rate means she can go warrior and there's not really a downside to it. Normally when you go warrior with like Fango, it feels bad because you miss the accuracy boost. And like Fango has supports, right, to help with that, but whereas Hestia only has Kyra right now. Well, I guess Agari, Kyra and Agari. Eventually we'll get Pericles, which is pretty nice to have, like, you know, additional people to boost hit rate. But her skill's high enough that I don't think she needs the supports to boost the hit rate. I think Hestia is probably the unit who wants to go warrior most, and that's nice. Anima magic on a decent magic growth, you know, 6 base, 30% growth is an okay pace to be. And then eventually she'll raise her anima if you're using it to the point where she can use Earthquake. She gets bows. Bows are always good. I think ultimately Hestia is just kind of underwhelming because I don't like her stats for her join time aside from skill, which I'm very happy to see. Her strength is just going to be worse than the other axe users. And her speed, I think her speed is like on par with Fango. Obviously better than like Jane or something, but like lol, Jane just one-shots. And Hestia struggles to one-shot. Reckless makes her stronger. Yeah, that's why she go warrior. Reckless warrior. It's funny because like one half of you go warrior is you can get bows to attack uncountered, but then the other half of you go warrior is you get axes and reckless and you just like get boosted reckless brave axe type deal. But yeah, I think Hestia is good. I think Hestia is like somewhat overrated. People like her because she's trans. You know, it's the Nephany thing, cute girl syndrome. But she's fine. She's like fine in a cast of mostly good people, and being fine is like not great. Reckless plus promo and Thunderstorm plus promo both give 7. Yeah, but warriors get bows. Like, that's the upside to warrior, right? Is you get bows and anima. Whereas, like, getting swords from Bounty Hunter doesn't really do anything for you. The main thing with Reckless is it means you don't miss out on the boost you would get for Bounty Hunter. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. Like, the main appeal is bows, but then, like, Reckless is also just fairly easy to trigger. Because it's just a damage boost whenever you're getting countered. She gets Pigtails and Bounty Hunter, so that's obviously better. True story. Let's start with Evil Yuri. Evil Yuri, which is Delilah and Jane. So, Delilah. Delilah is the first of the kind of middling units that has an authority star as the sort of selling point for like why you might want them over other units that are slightly better. She's not awful. She's sort of like the physically based Myrmidon with 11 strength and 16 speed as opposed to Kairos being basically a mage. Although 9 magic is decent if you send her into Spell Sword, which I think you usually want to. She has 12 base magic, and she'll be like kind of just a fast mage. You know, Lu-goaded, Merrick archetype, all that stuff. Her HP's fine. Her strength's like fine, and she's got good growths in those areas. 65% HP, 45% strength, 35% magic. Like I said, she's fine magically. 40% skill, 50% speed, 65 luck, and then 10 defense and 30 res. Not bulky. It's what you expect from a Myrmidon. She's probably the only unit that, like, potentially cares about going Swordmaster. You get 4 strength from the Swordmaster promotion and a crit boost, but I think Opportunist from Spell Sword is usually just better. And just, like, having Tome access. And Spell Swords still get 2 strength, so it's only a 2 strength difference. Yeah, she's pretty alright. A leadership star definitely, like, goes a long way towards selling her. But she's just a speedy unit with decent hybrid offenses. Not much else to say. Oh, right, she supports Jane. I think, yeah, they start with C and it grows over time. So that's kind of cool, because Jane is kind of phenomenal. yeah. Delilah, as is kind of going to be the pattern with the retainers, not phenomenal, not great. In a cast of so many good units, being just okay is a bad place to be. Like, by no means is she unusable. I've used her in a full playthrough. She just doesn't really have that much else going on. Even 16 speed, right? Which is like, I think she's our fastest unit right now, except for maybe López. But that's because of 0 growths, right? 16 speed isn't the Speedy Gonzalez in a growth setting that it is right now. So she's fine. She's the very definition of fine with a leadership star. Jane, on the other hand, is physical Lolina. She has big fuck-off strength and almost nothing else of note. Her bases, her non-strength bases are like okay, but her growths really show you she's here to do one thing, and it's hit hard. 85% HP growth, 75% strength growth on the 17 base before promotion. And then all of her other growths are awful. 15% magic, 35% skill, 40% speed. I guess not awful, it's okay. 30% luck. 30% defense is actually pretty good. Oh, it's 40% luck, 30% defense, and then 5 res. So yeah, 30% defense is actually pretty good. 10 base is also okay. Combine that with like 85% HP and 33 base. She's decently tanky. She's slow as shit though. Like, the normal rock is kind of Jane's personal property. But she doesn't need to, it's like she doesn't care about doubling stuff because she just hits super hard. As a bounty hunter, she gets Thunderstorm and 4 more strength. I believe it's like 2 energy drops and she one-shots endgame Great Knights with the Wolf Bale. She's kind of ridiculous. Jane is going to be a big part of 0% growths, I guarantee it. Calling her physical Lolina is also, I guess, a little bit of a disservice, because Lolina's other big problem is she starts behind. Like, she's got good magic growth, but she starts out at, like, level 1 or whatever. Jane's level 10, and she has a really fucking good base. So, like, she's physical Lolina if Lolina locked the fuck in. But yeah, that's, kind of all there is to say about that. Just get big fuck-off blades and hit everything as hard as you can. And before we unit review the red units, I think we should also check out her Hoplite sprite, but obviously Bounty Hunter looks cooler and is better. For her particularly, like, this is one of the few times you pass up Hoplite. Because Jane doesn't care about the triangle, she just cares about smacking things. Also, Spell Sword looks so good. Female Spell Sword looks so good. Yay! Violence! Perry-coded. Alright, now we have Doll Sweep versus Conan the Librarian. And I guess these guys are here too. This is an interesting Aaron versus Samson because it manages to simultaneously be kind of trash versus garbage and also pretty one-sided, or at least before the Doll buffs it was. I think it's probably closer now. We are going with Doll, who I previously would never have gone with. Like, I thought he was easily the worst. So I guess we should talk about Zacceus and Conan first. Conan is kind of what you expect from Berserker. Specializes in strength and speed. The skill specialization is not typically what I think of as Berserker. I think of Berserkers as having skill issues. But 14 strength, you know, 18 skill, 16 speed, 13 defense. It's alright. He does alright physical combat. The biggest issue with Conan, I think, is that kind of similar to Delilah, his stats are just okay. Crit bonus, 15 crit bonus is not enough. Even though he starts with a killer weapon, like, he only has, what, 34 crit before enemy luck? Yeah, or 54 crit before enemy luck. It's just not enough. It's not reliable enough. There's not that many spaces for mountain walking either. Next map has, like, a mountain you kind of care about, and there's one other map that has, like, a mountain range you care about, but even then, you're walking, like, one tile at a time. You can rescue drop him, because he's got 14 con, but, like, you've got people who can rescue drop 14 conners, right? So you can rescue him onto the mountain. That's sort of what I do if I want to do mountain strats with him, but he's mostly just, like, filler axe combat. Unfortunately, some of the best units you have are axe units, so he's fighting over the good weapons with people who are probably outclassing him in a growth setting. I don't know, he's alright. I know that in pre-version 2.0 runs, he was sort of looked at as the 0% god. I guess I should say what his growths are. Even though he is promoted, he'll, you know, gain experience. 95% HP, 40% strength, 20% magic, 50% skill, 50% speed, 20% luck, 25% defense, and 15% res. I just used the Lord who comes with him. I feel like he's a better Holy Mage early on, or at least more tanky and safe to use Holy Mage. Yeah, I mean, like, so they're a package deal, but we're talking about Conan right now. But yeah, Conan's just sort of like, whatever. He's a berserker. 40 HP plus 13 defense is like a pretty good bulk combination. And he has 16 speed, so stuff's not doubling him. 4 res means that you can't safely engage with magical enemies, though. Even with 40 HP, like, he just gets shredded. Which is not the worst downside. You know, there's plenty of squads that are just physical, but it's something to bear in mind, I guess. Yeah, not much. I don't have much to say about him. He's just a guy. I thought he had more strength than 14. 14 is very low for a berserker. How much would Begoñia have with just an instant promotion to berserker, actually? I'm curious. Because Begoñia has 10 at base. I'm scrolling up to check berserker promo bonuses for Begoñia. As a berserker, Begoñia has 12 in a 0% setting, but with a 50% growth rate, like, that's the sad thing about Conan, is he's just, like, he's outshined by so many units who have been around for much longer. I always had a hard time using Conan over, like, Begoñia or Fango. He's decent for a pre-promote, but nothing too fancy. I mean, I don't know. I think in a cast as strong as Hags, where a lot of people are pretty good, just being alright, 14 strength is sad, y'all. He has axes, that helps make up for it a little bit, but it's just sad. And, like, you know, there's also the other thing of, like, why are we going berserker? Like, with Begoñia, you probably go hoplite, right? I go hoplite with Begoñia. I guess Conan has better skill, but, you know, Begoñia has supports to fix that. Conan eventually gets supports, but he doesn't start with them. I think he gets a Jane support and one other person. Conan and I'll share supports, I just don't remember who with. Oh, one of the nomads, I think. Or not nomads, Mamluks. One of the Mamluks. They're just C rank. He's got B rank axes, which also feels weirdly low for this point in the game. Like, I've hit S rank bows with both my snipers. I don't know. Maybe I'm, like, being too kind to Conan, even when I think he's not very good. Oh, the supports are just C rank. That's sad. I mean, Zacceus is also sad, though. So Zacceus is a holy mage. 16 magic is actually pretty good. It's basically his only good stat. 11 speed, sure, whatever. And then a mixed bulk of 8 defense, 8 res. Although neither of those are going up that much. His growths are pretty bad. 70% HP, 40% strength, 55% magic, 25% skill, 35% speed, 25% luck, 25% defense, and 20% res. If you don't train the other holy mage, he's at least decent. I mean, so Zacceus, and this applies to Simeon as well, but sort of shows up, and it's more likely you don't have a trained mage, because there's fewer mages than there are, like, physical units that outshine Conan and Dahl. So Zacceus and Simeon, like, are more likely to find a spot on your team. However, I also think a lot of people are gonna train up at least one mage, right? You do get mage options. And Zacceus and Simeon also want a Master Seal in order to really be relevant, which is a pretty big ask. 16 magic's, like, the only good stat. I don't know. I'd much rather use Kairos or Eupraxia, although Eupraxia, like, skipping to get a general is obviously, like, a strategy. Zacceus, at least the upside, I guess, is if you're promoting Zacceus, you can choose whether you want to go Spell Sword for, like, better speed, boost his speed stat, or if you want to go Witch, which gets Bowbreaker, which is a mounted unit, which is really good. And promoted witches are rare. It's basically just early Eupraxia, Zacceus, and Coronis are your only options. So that's a unique aspect that he has. I've done a witch Zacceus run before. He was very much okay. This was before the Coronis rework. And when Coronis joined, Zacceus was strictly better than her. My Zacceus. I don't know if he was blessed or not, but he was okay. He's a holy mage with a real defense stat. Is 8 a real defense stat? Like, can we be so honest right now? Is 8 a real defense stat? 8 base on a 25% growth? I don't know if that's a real defense stat. Fiadh, who is known for being extremely fucking frail, has 7 defense. It's better than his direct competitor at the time. Zacceus isn't just competing with Simeon, he's competing with everyone else on your team for a deploy slot. I would much rather, like, if I'm gonna be a frail mage, I'd much rather just lean in, go all the way frail, and actually be able to kill stuff, which Zacceus struggles to do. I don't think he's particularly good. I don't think any of these 4 are particularly good. Mage Knight makes it 10. The Witch promotion gives 2 defense, yes. So we're sinking a Master Seal into this guy immediately, and then he's got 10 defense. That's not a real defense stat. He's not bulky. If he goes Witch, he's probably worse than Eupraxia Witch, but almost certainly better than Coronis. Yeah, I mean, the Coronis rework means that Coronis is ironically kind of competing with snipers more than she is competing with the other mages. But Zacceus is like, basically, if you went late Eupraxia, but you still want a Witch, he's your only reasonable option, which is a good place to be. But I still think he's kind of bad. I don't even really penalize him for the opportunity cost, though, because both of these guys are kind of lame. But, like, both of these guys are kind of lame, too. I guess we started with Conan, so we can start with Dahl. Dahl underwent some pretty serious reworks in the transition to 2.0, and I think that he's just better now. There's a reason we're picking Dahl instead of Conan, whereas, like, normally I would pick Conan. Delilah has hybrid offenses, like he's good strength and magic, and he's got hybrid defenses. Not great. Like I was just saying with Zacceus, 10 defense isn't great. In fact, I think his defenses match Zacceus's as a witch, right? Yeah, Zacceus gets 2 res, 2 defense as a witch. So really the only difference is their HP. Dal has a little bit more HP. But I think having decent speed, decent luck, decent skill, decent magic, decent strength, like, he's the red mage. Jack of all trades, master of none. I guess his growth rates lean him kind of magically, right? Let me pull up the doll growth rates. 70% HP. Oh no, they're once again red mage coded. 45 strength, 45 magic, 40% skill, 45 speed, 30 luck, 20 defense, 20 res. Damn, do I really actually want this guy? I mean, I guess it's 0 growth, so that doesn't matter, but he's kind of just like the guy of all time. I think Doll's the best out of a pretty mediocre bunch. I am inclined to agree post-rework. It's funny because I think pre-Doll buffs, he was easily the worst of the 4 of them. But now I think Doll is probably the best of the 4 of them. But like being better than Zacceus, Conan, and Simeon, that's like the ultimate you did it gold star. Generic brand Fazang. Don't compare him to my goat. He gets a crit bonus, like that's cool. The Berserker has 14 strength and this guy has 15. Yeah, so Doll has less speed. Like Conan is faster and bulkier, like 13 defense, 40 HP versus not you, 10 defense, 36 HP, and then like 15 speed versus, what was it, 16? So it's not that much different. Doll also uses lances, which are easily the worst weapon type in the game. But the Ice Spear's pretty good. 9 might magic. Like, I don't know. We're gonna see if the Doll sweep works. Pre-update Doll was honestly one of the worst units. Yeah, I didn't have him in F tier, but I had him at the very bottom of D. Like, I had him below Jason. And now I think he's better. He gets the same supports as Conan, so the fire affinity doesn't really matter, but... Bro has A rank lances! Yo, Conan's washed! What's with your B rank? You were an arena fighter, you loser! Yeah, doll sweep. The doll sweep is real. The doll sweep is real. And in case you're not sold on doll sweep, I also think Simeon is just usually better than Zacceus. It's weird though. So if we're talking about like the uniqueness of classes, Zacceus is one of the very few options for Witch, and even though he's worse than Eupraxia, there's very good reasons why you might skip Eupraxia because, like general Eupraxia, right? Simeon, on the other hand, he's competing with Hecate, a unit that you're probably not skipping. And Druid is like, and he's also competing with Fazang, who's like ROM hack pen, right? So like, his competition is a lot stronger. But he's also like, I think generally a better unit than Zacceus. He's not very bulky. You know, 25 strength, 5 defense, and a 10% defense growth. I guess I should go over his growths. 60% HP, 30% strength in case you want to do Artificer Gaming. 45 magic, 65 skill, 50 speed, 50 luck, 10 defense, 55 res. Having the combo of 45 magic and 50% speed means his offense growths will just go up. He'll sort of function like the fast frail mage, kind of like the dark magic version of Eupraxia. His base magic isn't great. I believe, okay, unless the bot is incorrect, his base magic is actually lower than it is as an enemy. He has 11 base magic. He might have gotten buffed and the bot might be incorrect. But in general, I think he is gonna be the more traditional mage stat layout. And that's pretty good. I guess. Like, I don't know. He's like fine. He's like fine. Druid's a good class, like getting early Tomebreaker. I think early Tomebreaker is probably better than early Bowbreaker. Because you end up enemy phasing tomes more often than you do archers. So I sort of prefer it that way. I guess if you're really desperate for a lock touch unit in like a draft situation or something, he has that potential, but you probably want to go Druid. Simeon is quite outclassed by his competition, but Tomebreaker is nice to have. Yeah, so he's outclassed by the other Dark Mages, but I think if we're talking like, he outclasses Zacceus. Zacceus outclasses, well, doesn't outclass, but Zacceus is like more likely to be your best option for a witch. Simeon is never your best option for a druid. Although I do think he's a better druid than Hecate, if for no other reason than like he actually doubles stuff. But Fazang exists, right? And Fazang sort of stomps him to the curb. But yeah, Tomebreaker good. Speaking of Artificer, I'm curious, how do you think Artificer Hecate is? Helping your speed issue is nice, but I can't think of any other reason to give it her over Druid. Basically that. Basically, I think you give it her if you care about her speed, you want her to double stuff. And again, if you're in an Iron Man or draft situation, having an extra lock toucher can be nice. Heck, even just getting an extra lock toucher for maps where you want to split your forces in half can be cool. So like if you're using López but you want a second lock toucher, that can be good. And I guess the same argument applies to Simeon, but I think he needs it a lot less in terms of like the speed or whatever. Worth noting, Zacceus starts at level 12, so he can immediately just slam a Master Seal and go Witch. Simeon, I forgot. Simeon does not start at level 10. So on the one hand, it means that his growths, his like actually pretty good offensive growths, have more opportunity to pop off if you're trying to train him long term. But on the other hand, as a short term unit, he suffers because you can't just slam him into Druid, rock him for like 4 chapters, and then kick him to the curb. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, overall, not a great bunch of units. Obviously Jane is the best person to join on this map, but Delilah, I think, like, even though Delilah is probably combat-wise on the same level as the other scrubs, they don't have leadership stars. This is gameplay story integration. Delilah, despite being evil, is a respected and good leader. Like, there's dialogue when you visit houses where people talk about how, like, yeah, we kind of hate her, but, you know, she knows what she's doing, so we follow her orders. Whereas, like, no one can stand these fuckwads, and they're bad at their jobs. So they don't get leadership stars. And I think that's kind of cool. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's time for the worst cav. You see, but if you were to listen to chat... Okay, so Laertes is Sam archetype, first off, because he starts out with a silver lance that he can't even use. These stats at this join time is just so sad. 10 strength, 8 defense, 11 speed. The saving grace is he has C-rank bows. So, like, he can kill flyers. Like, he's basically gonna do the Wulfric thing, right? Where we fielded Wulfric for way longer than we should have. Just because, worst case scenario, he was a cav that could rescue stuff around. The thing is that in a Growths playthrough, you've got Wulfric. You've got, if you care about multiple cavs, you've been training up Agari, and maybe you even stooped to the lows of using Glaucus as a cavalier, right? So, like, you've got calves for the rescue drop chain. Now, the thing about Laertes, the sort of like the good joke, is there are 3 points in the story where you can pay him money to increase his stats. And that is the cope that causes people to lose their fucking minds. is I'm going to spend a ton of money to improve this guy's stats. All of his stats. But it's by like 1 point each, right? I believe the first one improves every stat by 1, and it's directly after this map. Then later, like 3 chapters later, 4 chapters later, you get another opportunity. And then at the end game, you get an opportunity, and the end game one increases his stats by 2, and also gives him +2 move. Now, if you picture these stats +1 in every area, it's still disappointing. It goes 1, 2, 2, and finally 3 plus move. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 2, and then 3, and then move. That's incredibly lame. What a troll. I mean, the thing is, right, the joke, or I guess the gimmick is if you're using like López or some other like super money maker, then you can get him to the level where he's on par with your other calves, and eventually he gets more move than them, and he has similar stats. I already don't like the stats the other calves have, right? Like, Wulfric and Agari are clinging to their class for dear life. If they were anything other than early Cavaliers, they would be trash, like, D, F tier level units. Loretes is so trolly. It's 1, 2, 2, and then 2, so +7 to all stats. But the thing is, because then people will be like, okay, so it's 17 strength at this point. No, that's endgame. Like, that's the functional endgame boost. The total amount of cash required is also kind of absurd. Isn't it like 10,000 per upgrade or something stupid like that? You have to pay a lot of money just to get Mr. Mid. Consider Mind Scroll Laertes. You can sell the Mind Scroll to boost his stats, I guess, smiley face. I actually don't know if it's even worth it for us to spend money on him in this run. My suspicion is no. First one's 1K. We'll probably spend the first one on him then, at the very least. Second one is 2K. Maybe. The amount scales with each investment. 750, 1950, 5,000, 10K! I mean, the 10K one's not gonna be worth it. It's a bit of cash, but it's probably worth it for 0%. The thing is, right? Like, if it was you could spend it all immediately, it's worth considering. The fact that it's staggered out over time means that he's gonna fall behind. By the time we get to the 5,000 one, he's gonna fall so far behind that, like, that's not worth it. You're not using this guy in endgame, there's no shot. Yeah, even with +7, like, oh, 17 strength, 18 speed, 15 defense, woohoo! How do probo bonuses add up with those stat gains? I mean, they stack. I guess we'll find out as we're going forward. I should probably pull up his growths too, if we're doing unit reviews. I just gotta scroll down to them. His growths are very sad. He's got the worst growths of all the Cavaliers. 65 HP, 35 strength, 25 magic, 30 skill, 40 speed, 30 luck, 20 defense, 20 res. Like, it's sad. Great Knight, which is the direction you want to go with him, gives 3 strength, 3 HP, 2 skill, 1 speed, 2 defense, 1 res, 4 con. I'm actually genuinely interested to see how long he keeps up if we keep paying him. Because, like, with López, like, still maxing out our money, the first few are gonna be somewhat reasonable for us to afford. He's the old Jake, and he shows up several chapters later. Yeah, like the Silver Lance, he's C-rank lances with the Silver Lance, but he's supposed to be a Jagan, except for it's a lie. But before that, we should talk about Nikea, because she is, I mean, speaking of carry, that's kind of all she does, but not like carry as in, like, combat unit. Also, shoutouts to joining with 23 experience from the kill she got off screen. Love, and a little bit of lance rank. Like, love that story moment. So Nikolaos, she is the only Pegasus Knight in the game. 11 strength, 15 speed means for our purposes, she's just gonna do better combat than Teresa, because Teresa's 14 strength, but like 9 speed, and it's not going up. I mean, I guess it depends. If neither of them are doubling, then Teresa does more, but most of the time, 15 speeds, well, actually 15 speeds not that much. Either way, the biggest thing Nikolaos has going for her is 8 Constitution, which means even after promoting, she can carry around all the heavy units, and that's cool. Flyer number 2, in a growths context, I think her stats are just generally pretty underwhelming. Because, you know, you've had Teresa for a while, she's sort of gotten the snowball going, or you just decided you don't want to invest in her. And then fairly soon after this, we are going to get 2 more flyers. Now, granted, both of them are kind of optional units. Glaucus, you have to send him away, and then, what's her name? Artemis? Not Artemis. I can't remember her name. The other one, the Magic Light Flyer, is... You have to do a pretty hard side objective to get her. So it can be, like, a little bit tricky to get the other flyers, but I don't think it's terribly, terribly hard. Nikolaos' growths are also, like, fine. 65 HP, 40 strength, which is rough. Like, that's rough, but 35 magic makes up for it a bit. 45 skill, 60 speed, that's the best one. 15 luck, 15 defense, 25 res. That 4 base luck is awful. 4 base luck is awful, yeah. And 15% growth. She's another unit begging you to staple the Hoplon Guard to her. I believe you get a second Hoplon Guard fairly soon. So you can. Like, it's not like it's not like she has to take your only Hoplon Guard, but it is still unfortunate. The fun fact, Nikolaos internally has triangle access, which is funny because Pegasus trio. Yeah, so the other 2 White Wings are both enemies. You'll never get them, which is kind of funny. She actually killed one of the other ones. She killed Aura, and then we faced the other one as an enemy later. Nikolaos' promotion options are also, like, it's weird. She can also go, so Falcon Knight is, like, what you should go with her, but then she can also go Malignite, and I guess she's probably the best Malignite if you want to go Malignite, because, like, she has an actual magic stat and growth, as opposed to Teresa, who doesn't, but, like, I still think it's bad. Like, she gets +3, so it's, like, 9 base on a 35 growth. It's just not what you want. It does mean she has 4 inventory because of Hoplon. Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate. I'm not pretending it's not. I think her stats are overall pretty mediocre. Like, I don't think the 4 luck is the only bad thing about her. She kind of just functions as a rescue bot, I find. And, like, you know, the most acceptable Pegasus combat you've ever seen in your life. She is hypothetically 1 speed from Teresa over Wyvern Lord, but the everything else... Yeah, I mean, like, Teresa starts in a speed hole, but her speed growth is such that even though Nikolaos is gonna be the fast one, right? 15 base is so sad. We're gonna use her, you know. The funny thing is, right, because I tested by giving her the Master Seal. I tested during preps. She has less strength than Teresa, even when Master Sealed. So, like, it's just sad. It's just, we're in a sad situation all around. Her skill is also, like, fine, but maybe this is just, like, mainline Pegasus bias. I accept Peg's skill to be phenomenal, whereas, like, her skill is fine. And, like, fine is whatever. It's sad, but Pegasuses aren't known for their strength. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's just... I find of the flyers, she's the most underwhelming, but... maybe I need to temper my expectations. Let's start with Tiresias. But the units we got, I guess technically Beatrix comes back, so there's 3 kind of interesting units. But the new ones are Tiresias and Barlow. All the units that we get are kind of interesting in that, like, Beatrix has that leave come back moment, which is interesting. And then Tiresias is this game's only other healer. He's the only healer aside from Apate. Starts out with E-rank stabs, E-rank light, and Discipline and Paragon. There's the sort of like, is Tiresias an est conversation? I would say no. I think 7 magic at base. And being the second healer, like, he's still super useful at base. The makeshift rod is not good. It's his E-rank staff. As Tiresias gains staff level, his staff gets upgraded. So, but it only gets upgraded in the home base, so only in between chapters. So basically, in, you know, chapter, in between every chapter, if you get D, you get heal, then you get mend, and on promotion, he gets to choose between general or bishop, which will each give him a unique staff. Bishop is a rescue staff, general is a barrier staff. Both of the staffs are, they have limited durability, unlike other staffs, and they cannot be repair hammered. So they're like the unique tools that you get, and you want to implement them at the whatever time possible. Rescue is like the better staff, but for our purposes, it's gonna be 5-use rescue. I genuinely think we'll probably go general for barrier. General also gets reposition, so like he just becomes the ultimate utility unit. He can technically use light magic, but he's blind. Like literally, canonically, he's blind. I'd say Tiresias is a steep training project. I disagree because there's no opportunity cost. Like you're not fielding Tiresias because you want to train him. You're fielding Tiresias because he's legitimately super useful at base. This is a game balanced around limiting your healing. Being able to supplement the amount of healing you have access to, like, is super good. It's super good. If only Tiresias had radar sense like Daredevil. You can cheat the blindness, because he also has a 0% skill growth, but if you give him Mind Scroll, you can sort of cheat the blindness. But as it stands, 55% HP, 35% strength, 50% magic, 0 skill, 45% speed, 80 luck, 35% defense, 15% res. He has 30 luck with growths. Yeah, 30% luck, but like, his accuracy is still bad. My Mind Scroll Tiresias had 2 skill. I saw a screenshot of a capped skill Tiresias. So like, the Mind Scroll plus save states, anything is possible. This ROM hack makes the role of second healer actually amazing. Yeah, I would say even if Tiresias never upgraded his staff, he was always on makeshift rod, bare minimum C rank. But like, just as another healer, and then like he gets better over time, in the way that all of your units do, right? Like, I think because the counter to like, oh, you know, when I say he's not an S because he's useful at base, it's like, well, you know, he gets better over time. Yeah, so all units get better over time. Like, outside of a 0 growth context, even your pre-promotes get better over time, you know? Fazang getting like 1 HP and 1 magic is still getting better, but like, he's not a trading project. I think there's and this is part of a larger conversation, but I think there's like a misunderstanding in the Fire Emblem community about what constitutes as quote-unquote investment. Because people will argue like, oh, so-and-so, or especially favoritism. Because people will argue like, so-and-so is bad unless you give them a ton of favoritism, and it's just a unit who needs to be deployed and used to keep up. Like, to use the FE6 example, like, Ellen and Clarine will never gain staff rank without favoritism, and it's like, well, do we count deploying them as favoritism? Because, like, if you're deploying this unit, you're gonna use them, you're gonna, you know, gain rank, gain stats, gain that stuff. I think there's a difference between, like, I've decided I'm using Guy in this FE7 run, and so Guy gets some kills, versus Nino is getting fielded despite being a liability, and I'm babying her, right? Like, there's a distinct difference between that stuff. Favoritism is stuff like stat boosters, forges, not just using them casually. I would say if you're, like, going out of your way to feed kills to a unit who wouldn't earn them on their own, that's favoritism. Like the Nino situation, or, like, boxing an archer for Amelia, that sort of stuff, that's favoritism. But, like, if Franz just gets kills because, you know, you're using him to kill enemies because killing enemies is how you beat the map, like, that's just playing the game. And then we have Barlow. Oh, Barlow. Interesting unit. No weapons. All supports. Fiadh support is fucking great, because Fiadh's great. And then Beatrix support and Órlaith support is, like, nice. Barlow is a tactician. So he has Inspiration, Raleigh Spectrum, and Raleigh Movement. Barlow is... he's really good. His stats do not matter, which means that he's gonna function basically the same in this playthrough as in any other, with the sole exception of the fact that Barlow has a 100% speed growth, so he never gets doubled, and in this playthrough he gets doubled. But otherwise, like, I mean, I guess his bulk matters. He's got 60% HP growth, 10% strength, and 5% magic, because those stats don't matter. 35% skill, even though that stat doesn't matter. 100% speed, 40% luck, 25% defense, 25% res. The nice thing about Barlow is because he doesn't care about weapons in his inventory, if you're, like, not using the Hoplon Guard, not using the normal rock, whatever, you can throw all of it on him, and it benefits him. How does he get XP? Rallying doesn't give any. It does. Rallying gives EXP in this game. But it also doesn't matter. It also doesn't matter. He doesn't need experience. Like, he has 2 leadership stars and rallies and inspiration at base, and that's what he does. He's the utility unit. How are you even leveling Barlow? By rallying. He gains 10 EXP off of a rally. Mine is never leveled once. I mean, has it been changed, or am I just, like, misremembering? Is that a 2.0 thing? I'm pretty sure he gets experience from rallying. Am I just gaslighting myself? I might be gaslighting myself. Either way, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, he's good at base, right? Like, this is not the unit you train up to make his stats go up. These might as well all be zeros. Except for, like, defense and res, I guess. Like, his rallies and inspiration and his leadership stars are why you deploy him. Good. Speaking of units that we don't have to pretend are good, Telemus is just good. So Hag does this thing in the mid-game where a lot of units will join as just, like, kind of filler stat pre-promotes, but they have a leadership star to make up for it. Telemus says, fuck that shit. I'm gonna show up with good stats and a leadership star to make up for it. And also, I'm one of only 2 pre-promoted generals, so just in case you didn't promote any of the armors to general and still want to reposition Cantobot. The only downside to Telemus is he's got 5 move, and of course, you have to skip the first fucking Master Seal, which is, like, a pretty big cost. But these are just really fucking good stats. And they're hybrid too, so, like, he can attack with magical or physical stuff. His growths are also, like, I mean, I wouldn't say they're good. In fact, they're probably mostly bad, aside from speed. 75% HP, 35% strength, 35% magic, 65% skill, that's actually good. 50% speed, that's the one that, like, I think is most noticeable. And then 30 luck and 30 defense, 20 res. 30 defense, 20 res is nice, but I honestly think he's, like, tanky enough. The fact you can get 4 repositioned Canto plus bots in this hack is crazy. 6, actually. Grand total is 6, although not at the same time, because Soter leaves. But yeah, oh yeah, Tiresias, right, so 7, and 6 at the same time. But yeah, not much else to say other than, like, Hello. I've been referring to Fazang as Romhack Pent, but like I think I might be wrong. I think Telemus is Romhack Pent. The only weak point is his speed at 15 is like not super desirable at this point. Obviously for us it is, but I think you've got a lot of people faster than him at this point. But it's enough to not get doubled. And he's got a 50% growth. So like level 7 promoted, he's not gonna get it a bunch, but it'll go up. Telemus good. So we already did a Eupraxia unit review. But I do want to talk about general Eupraxia because they're basically different units. Exact same growths as each other, but she trades being a early game fast mage project for being a late game pre-promote who's also a fast mage and has like pretty absurd defenses. Like 15-18's good hybrid defenses. 37 HP is quite good. And she's magical, right? 19 magic. She gets both schools of magic, like generals, but then swords instead. And she prefers swords to like lances and axes. What, she can ice lance something? No, save that for Doll. Yeah, Firebrand, just Firebrand, and then eventually Kestros. That's pretty cool. She also has 10 strength. Right, she's got 11 strength, which is something that she probably wouldn't have if you trained her up as a mage. Not that you care about that as a mage anyway, but like as a general, it's relevant. She looks busted. I think this is better. I think mid-game Eupraxia is definitely better, in my opinion, than early game. But they kind of do different things, because like fast mage for the entire like early and mid-game it's a nice niche. Like, Kairos is kind of your only other option for it. And Eupraxia is gonna be like your best witch if you train her as a witch. It's just, I also think as a general, 5 move is the unfortunate part, but hey, reposition, right? And bulk. Like, bulk is incredibly valuable in a game with very limited staffing. It's also like, this is one of the more difficult maps in the campaign, so getting functionally a free deployment slot on this map is pretty darn good. Anyway, Romhack Pent. It's Fazang. Someone in chat pointed out Fazang is basically Mr. 16. Because all of his stats are like 16 plus or minus 1. Which is kind of silly. His growths are like also suitably fine. 90% HP, 40% strength, 45% magic. 55 skill, 35 speed, 30 luck, 35 defense, which is actually good. The other ones are like fine. But 35 defense is good for this game. And then 40 res. What if I had 1-2 range, perpetual 1-2 range, very good effective bulk, very good hybrid offenses, a decent speed tier, good accuracy, and Tomebreaker. Oh right, and also A rank in Dark, so I can use all the awesome Dark Tomes like Sagel for effective damage against other mages, like Spiral for physical damage, take advantage of the strength. Luna, it's just a jack of all, Fenrir? Fenrir is fucking great. Jack of all trades in a great class. Yeah, he doesn't stand out as having any particular niche other than like, I got good stats. He's probably your best statted druid option, because Hecate is not gonna have the speed. Like it's not like he's Speedy Gonzalez, but Fazang's fast enough. 16 base on a 35 growth is enough, TM. Oh yeah, and high con too, so he doesn't get weighed down by the high level tomes. Or at least not as much. 11, yeah, he gets -2 for Fenrir, but like it's better than like Hecate. And then the other option is Simeon, who does have good growths, he just starts under leveled, right? So if you trained Simeon into like a super druid, he might have better stats than Fazang. My instinct is he probably would have better in some areas, but worse bulk. He's not really bulky. But probably has like the better offenses, I guess. But I think like just being able to tank and 1-2 range with magic, like hitting on res, is just such a valuable attribute. I think he's easily one of the best units in the game. Probably the best of these, like, mid-game pre-promotes if you exclude the 2 generals, since they're both kind of secret units. Which is fitting because he's the only one that doesn't have a leadership star, so that's like the trade-off, right? Is if you would like leadership stars, you gotta take the slightly worse pre-promotes, whereas if you want Phazang, you don't get the leadership star, which is good. Simeon is mega fast, worse magic, probably better res, worse defense. Yeah, what I mean by less bulky, I mostly think about like hybrid bulk as physical bulk is more important. But like if you just want an anti-mage unit, I mean Phazang is good enough, right? 15 res on 42 fucking HP. But like technically speaking, a super trained Simeon would be a better anti-mage unit. I just think being able to take on mixed squads is pretty nice. And Tomebreaker means that, like, having slightly worse res doesn't really matter, because when are they hitting you, right? Like, ooh, nice 20% in 2 RN. I'm quaking in my fucking booties. The other pre-promote we get on this map is Pericles, and he, I think, is a lot more interesting. Like, Phazang is better, but kind of in a straightforward way, of, like, that boring way that... I call him ROM hack Pent, because he's kind of just good in the way Pent is, right? Pericles is... his stats are good, especially considering that he's a Cavalier. Like, we've seen how the other Cavs are, right? The middling stat lines on Agari, Wulfric VGC, and all that jazz. Heracles is a White Dragoon, so unfortunately he didn't go Great Knight. No bow access is sad, although he wouldn't have it as Great Knight anyway. Decent hybrid offenses, like his magic is not great. And then his growth rates are what you expect from a pre-promote. 70% HP, 35% strength, 30% magic, 45 skill, 35 speed, 25 luck, 25 defense, 20 res. So a lot like Phazang, like what you see is what you get. The stats are not going to go up too much. They'll, creep up a little bit over time if you use them. He sort of asks, do you want leadership star, cav utility, and decent filler combat all in one ball? And like I think for most teams, you probably don't. If you've trained up a decent number of early game units, you probably have everything you need out of it. Cav utility is also just worse than flyer utility, and we're about to get several flyers coming up. But like, he's alright. Honestly, because people said like, oh, jack of all trades, master of none for Phazang. I would say that probably applies more to Pericles, just because he offers you more than just filler combat. He offers you that leadership star, and he offers you cav utility. Not the greatest, because 12 con is like, it's unfortunate, right? It's the Teresa problem, where 13 aid. In fact, do they have the same aid? I think they might have literally the same aid, yeah. So it's the Teresa problem, where he's not going to be able to rescue generals. He's just too muscular for that. But like, he can still rescue our lighter units, and there's a lot of good lighter units. He can rescue Phazang, for example. We get the Horseman and Edward. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start by talking about Edward, because like, the 2 Horsemen are similar enough to compare to each other. Edward is... So, despite his, like, kind of rough start, you know, starting at half HP and Battle Axe versus Where Are You, Axe, or Sword Slayer, like, this guy will just fucking kill you. And he's at Weapon Triangle Advantage? Yeah, Advantage. Despite his, like, kind of rough start, Edward is fine. He feels kind of like I feel like he's the quintessential... You're using this unit for plot reasons rather than necessarily because he's the best fit for your team. He's another, like, leadership star pre-promote, right? He has a leadership star, which is good. And he has fine stats. For context, Jane has this strength as well, like, just from base plus promotion. But But his other stats are better than hers. Like, she's the strength specialist. He's kind of an all-arounder. Bounty Hunter's like a good class. Thunderstorm's a good skill. And he has 14 con, so he can use the heavy weapons to activate Thunderstorm. It's not like a Phobos moment where you're like, my iron sword is not activating Thunderstorm! Like, Edward has the big fuck-off battle axe. It's just that at this point in the game, I feel like most of your army is probably gonna outclass him, and he doesn't really have a niche, other than, I guess, being a leadership star unit. He's in this weird position with the pre-promotes, where, like, he joins alongside the Mamluks, and they're probably your first Mamluks, so they kind of feel special in that regard. Pericles just joined if you want, like, a mount leadership star and okay stats. Fazang just joined if you want, like, you know, a magic specialist and good stats. Edward's got, like, you know, okay stats. I guess he has better strength than Pericles, but everything else is about on par. So he kind of trades the horse for better strength. Everything else is about on par. And then, like, the magic, right? He doesn't have magic, which is fine. Like, he doesn't need it. But he just he feels very much like Bounty Hunter Hestia would have better stats. Yeah, if you went Hestia or Fango. Like, either Fango or Hestia, Bounty Hunter would just have better all-arounder stats. I would imagine. He's kind of, I mean, he's got a big plot presence, right? And that's why I feel like he's the unit you would use if you like him from a story perspective, which is fine. Like, a lot of people do that. But in terms of what he offers you as a unit, I'm glad he has a leadership star. It would be very sad. Weapon ranks, he's, C rank swords? Oh no, I thought he had double A. I mean, he doesn't really care. C rank's enough for blades. But that is unfortunate. Because, like, he doesn't want to use, like, the silver sword. Because he wants to activate Thunderstorm with, like, big fuck-off axes. But yeah, my Hestia completely washed Eddie in terms of stats. That sounds about right, and I'm not even, like, super high on Hestia, but if you trained her up, like, she'd be better than Edward, because she's sort of the all-arounder. I would also say Fango, probably, and, like, they bring to the table, you know, their supports and stuff. I guess Edward gets a Kyra support, right? At some point in the campaign, so, like, that's pretty cool, but I think the main thing, his main selling point is the leadership star, plus the idea of, like, maybe you didn't train a bounty hunter, and you've decided you want one. And if you do, he's the only pre-promoted bounty hunter, so, like, that's pretty cool. Kyra, Barlow, and maybe Pericles. Yeah, the Barlow support is nice as well. He gets B with Kyra, that's good. And Fire Affinity is a good affinity, so... But it's kind of, like, when you're looking at, like, supports that you get later, and like, oh, Fire's a good affinity, it feels like you're grasping at straws for something to make them special, at least for me. Like, he's still fine. Like, this is not a bad unit. It's just, there's not that much about him that sort of stands out as super unique. And as such, I imagine, for the most part, when people add him to their team, it's just like, you know, he's been a big story presence up until now. And he gave you the preview of how good Thunderstorm is in, what was that, chapter 7? Chapter 8? So, like, that as well, it's sort of the Pent moment, right? Where it's like, yo, when do I fucking get this guy? And then when he shows up, oh, hell yeah, he's on my team forever, right? Like that thing. Or Ryoma as well in chapter 4 of the Branch of Fates. Those are really the only two units that do that now that I think of it, where, like, you get a green unit preview of them. I guess Three Houses does that with, like, Sedith, but you control them, so it feels a little bit different. I like the preview, though. I like when you get, like, a green unit absolutely kicking ass, and then when they join later in the campaign, you're like, finally, you're on my team now. Xinyi is, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right, also pretty interesting. It's kind of hard to talk about her and Jingyi without, like, comparing them to each other, right? So, they're both Mamluks, and because of how good the sniper promotion is, they're very likely your first Mamluks. Especially since the only archers are Pluto, Vasiliki, and Pheme, each of whom have their own like training issues that you might not want to train them up for. Mamluk is the only 8-move non-flying class. Like it's a horse that actually has 8 moves, so that's cool. 8 move plus swords and bows. And she has, yeah, Xinyi has A bows, so she's the bow specialist, and she has a leadership star. She's also the fast one with 19 speed but 15 strength, whereas Jingyi has higher strength, I believe. Yeah, 18 strength. He is probably the highest strength bow unit. I mean, he's our highest strength bow unit. I guess it depends on how much you've trained up, I guess it depends on how much you've trained up Fiadh, or I guess New Game plus Pheme, but like, yeah, New Game plus Pheme. But yeah, he feels underwhelming as compared to his compatriot, just because she has a leadership star, he doesn't. So that's like the biggest disappointing difference. He also has sword rank instead of bow rank, although A and B is better than, you know, A and C. So like that's kind of cool. This strength specialist versus speed specialist. I realize as well, as I'm saying this, I didn't go over Edward's growths. Sorry to jump backwards. Edward's growths are 85 strength, 40, or 85 HP, 40 strength, 20 magic, 45 skill, 50% speed, 55% luck, 20% defense, 10% res. Like, you know, they're just all around fine. And then for the Mamluks, their growths lean into strength specialist versus speed specialist. Jingyi has 85% HP, 45% strength, 20% magic, 40% skill, 35% speed, 50% luck, 25% defense, 15% res. Whereas Xinyi has 75% HP, 35% strength, 30% magic, 45% skill, 55% speed, 40% luck, 20% defense, 25% res. The Christmas Mamluks. It's purple and green. What would purple and green be instead of red and green for the color schemes? Either way, they are sort of lean into that, like, one's the fast one, one's the strength one, but not like to a huge degree, you know, the 8 strength versus and 15 speed versus, what is it, 15, 19? She even has the advantage of her strong stat is better than his strong stat. Yeah, both of them I find like struggle to the Joker. They're the Joker of Mamluks. I think both of them struggle to justify a deployment slot, which hurts him much more than her. Because Jingyi is like, if you have a deployment slot for one, it's Xinyi. Jingyi, it's like, well, what the fuck are we doing here, right? I guess if you like his beard, he's got an awesome beard, but. And then they support each other, and they also get a support with Phasang. But yeah. Mamluk has 8 move due to Assassin having 7. I wouldn't be surprised if that's logic. But yeah, they're, alright. I mean, do I say they're frail? Because, like, they are, but everyone in this hack is, right? 12 defense, actually. I guess Xinyi does have the 12 defense going for him. Like, that's kind of cool. And as a sword user, like, he can enemy phase pretty good. I've never used these two before. They're probably all right. I imagine I will get a lot of comments like that as we're going over the mid-game pre-promotes. And then Corona shows up and it'll be, I've never used her before, but she's probably shit. And then we can talk about him. So, Jason is the second bargain unit, but as you might have noticed, we had to pay 4,000 gold to get him. In fairness, this is really closer to 3,000 gold because he gets you a 1,000 gold discount in chapter 21. If you're doing the burn the boats thing. So like, and you can get a little bit of a discount if you hire him with Glaucus instead as well. He's got these ranks, so like you can use Earthquake, that's pretty cool. He's got these stats. Kind of like all-arounder, you know, it kind of makes me think of Edward's stats, but without the leadership star. And I mean, Warrior's still a good class, right? Bows are good. Bargain with combat is pretty nice. So here's the thing, right? Because that's the argument people make is like, oh, but then you don't have to deploy Polonius on the shop maps. There's really only one map you want to go shopping. And it's the next map. It's tomorrow map. Because after that, like, there's 3 maps left with shops. Because if we're buying things in preps, Polonius, it literally just use Polonius, right? But if we're buying things in preps, Jason doesn't help you, right? It's only the idea is, well, we're deploying him instead of Polonius because he's got better combat than Polonius. And he does have better combat than Polonius, but he has worse combat than your other units, right? You're paying for the ability to still get bargain on other maps instead of Polonius. Polonius is fine filler, even on the later shop maps, right? I've deployed Polonius on every shop map, and he does filler combat, and Jason does better filler combat, but he's not doing phenomenal combat. Like, we're gonna use him as if he's a real unit, because that's the dire straits we're in terms of stats, but he is not worth 4,000. He's not even worth the Glaucus discount, TBH. And in fact, that's factoring in the money he saves you in Chapter 21 as well. Reckless makes it 21 strength and 20 magic. Yeah, if you use Reckless, but then if you're Recklessing, right, you have to face a counter, which is a little annoying with someone who has, like, Anima plus bows. So it's a give-take. Like, Reckless is definitely worse than Thunderstorm. Because remember, Edward has Thunderstorm, right? So the 21 strength, Edward has, like, more than 21 strength because of Thunderstorm. I don't know. I'm Jason's biggest hater. I think people get tricked by the fact he has better stats than Polonius, and they're like, oh, well, then that's good stats, right? But it's not good stats. It's not. It's not good stats. It's Jason's stats. Like, it's... What if we had filler combat versus slightly worse filler combat, but you don't have to pay $4,000 for it? Because realistically, outside of a zero growths context, you're not deploying Jason on a map that isn't a bargain map. And like, I would still argue that 2 of those 3 shop maps, you just don't care about shopping at that point in the campaign. You've got a ton of stuff in your convoy, and Chapter 23 preps lets you buy basically every weapon in the game from Hestia. So like, there's no reason, or Chapter 24 preps, I think. But there's no reason to go shopping in the city. There just isn't. Unless you are desperately in need of weapons for exactly 1 map, which is the Pope map, Kill the Pope. $4,000 could have gone to Laertes' granddaughter. Yeah, I think Laertes is probably a better investment than Jason, unironically. Like, unironically, I think Laertes is a better investment than Jason, because at least, like, there's a reason for the meme, right? But we're wasting money this run. We're doing it. Alright, let's talk about Coronis. So Coronis got a major rework. I think it was a nerf, TBH, but it makes her more unique. So Coronis is a witch. She's the only pre-promoted witch. So she has Bowbreaker and a horse, which is pretty cool. The Bowbreaker immediately becomes useful, like, against these guys, right? You see? She's also got garbage magic. 11 magic at this point in the game? Are you fucking kidding me? I guess I didn't mention Jason's growths. I'll say Jason's growths too. 80% HP, 40% strength, 40% magic, 35 skill, 40 speed, 30 luck, 30 defense, 30 res for Jason. Coronis' growths are worse. 60 HP, 10 strength, 30 magic, 50 skill, 55 speed, 45 luck, 10 defense, 40 res. And her bases are pretty bad too, right? Like, look at these bases. Is the magic dust on Coronis worth it? Absolutely not. Unless you're using her. Like, it's funny. It's funny if you like her. Her gimmick is Tome Range Plus, which means she's, like, a sniper, right? She's, like, a mounted magical sniper, I guess. And, like, you know, Bowbreaker's good, right? 0 hit from these guys, which is cool. That magic stat is so fucking low, though. Like, that's so low. The fact she can't one-round unpromoted enemies that she has a breaker against on her, like, on her join map is so sad. She's basically anti-sniper. I feel like her stats are not good enough for that. Like, if she had 2 more magic, she's fucking 4 points shy of one-rounding archers! Okay, well, she crit, but, like, you know what I mean. I guess she can lure them out. It's just sad. Hashtag sad. No, okay, so it does literally just double his skills. Okay. It's Plato! Pre-promoted growth unit, my beloved. So, because he has Blossom, his EXP is slower than even your other growth units, or even your other pre-promoted units. However, Blossom doubling his growths means 100% HP growth, 80% strength growth, 90% magic growth, 110% skill growth, 100% speed growth, 140% luck growth, 30% defense growth, 20% res growth. Yeah, he can't even be bulky. He can't even have that courtesy. It's better Blossom. Basically, it's basically Blossom, but it's better. S-rank swords and 17 strength, so, like, it's not like he's useless at base, but, like, lol, 12 speed, he's not doubling shit. I mean, this map is full of scrub axe units if you want to train him up, but, like, lol, Blossom. Swordmaster's also just not a very good class. He gets Astra at level 23 and Aptitude at level 18. I guess he can extend past level 20, at least according to the bot. This is the worst unit in the game. He's a joke unit. He's the Mr. Growths, Mr. Big Growths. You know, ROM hack est, but make it pre-promoted. Funniest stats in the game. He does have funny stats in the game. He does have very funny stats. 9 magic as well, so, like, he can use magical swords, I guess, like Kestros and whatnot, and, like, 90% magic growth, right? Do we have any Plato enjoyers in here? Like, you know, it's straightforward why he sucks. There's not really anything to say about it. Be kind of funny if we used him. I mean, he could kill this person. Yo! He's back, though! And I think this is also turn 5? No, turn 4. Okay. Next turn's a save state turn. Glaucus is back! He has his Orla support and everything, and he has good stats. Like, actual good stats. And he's a Wyvern! Like, Wyvern is good. It's good unit time. Yeah, so he's in the unfortunate position of, like, you'd kind of prefer to use magical stuff on him. But he's in Wyvern Lord. I wish he'd gone Malignite instead. Makalov. Hybrid defense is good. Hybrid offense is less good, but, like, serviceable, question mark? Glaucus good now. I mean, it's mostly just Wyvern is a good class, right? The Postman is here. But he joins with Horseslayer, Steel Blade, and Firebrand. He tends to be, like, pretty good, like, handling things on this side of the river for this map. Because the Horseslayer versus these horses, like, 40 HP is just nice, right? The downside, of course, is you miss out on Cav Glaucus. Never mind, it's not a downside. Why are we comparing Glaucus to Makalov? They're both, like, the scumbag gambler unit. He even has gamble, which, like, should have been Makalov's skill. I'm a believer. I mean, chat, are you believers in the Kyra and Makalov skill swap conspiracy? Because I am. The beard goes all the way up to his temples. Yeah, where does the beard end and the hair begin? Nobody knows. But yeah, high skill as well is, like, nice. It's mostly just he's a wyvern, right? And if you want to flyer spam, then he's one of them. And he's got decent wyvern stats. He's recruited! It's a Ying! I mean, chat has been saying, you know, he's certainly the pre-promote of all time. This is the fastest unit we're gonna get access to. Base 25 speed is kind of goated? Yeah, he's an assassin. Assassin's a good class. Like, Assassinate is a very good skill. Gives him, essentially, he has 17 strength when using swords. And Alacrity, because he's doubling everything with 25 speed. His growths are fine. 65% HP, 35% strength. Oh no, they're bad. These are bad growths. 20% magic, 40% skill, 65% speed. See, I saw 65% speed and I was like, oh, fine. Everything else is bad. 15% luck, 30% defense, 25% res. I guess 30% defense, lol. At this point in the game, 11's not really where you want to be anyway. But hey, Assassin's a good class, like just double and kill stuff with swords, or double and kill stuff with bows. Darting bow as well, means he gets 30 AS with that! Our goat, our fucking goat. Yeah, I mean so, honestly, he feels like a, what if Beatrix joined later? Because he's got 1 more strength than Beatrix does, and like 3 more speed. He's in the better class, I would argue, but it's not so much better to make up for, you know, having these stats at this join time. I used him in my first playthrough, and I was happy with that choice because he's awesome. But yeah. A rank swords, B rank bows is good. It's a shame his skill and speed are the only stats that are good, yeah. But hey, he'll double everything, you know? And with 15 strength plus assassinate plus bows, like, he's not even dealing 0 times 2. He's just, you know, not dealing exactly as much as you would like times 2. Speaking of so fucking baller, meet Demeter, our 4th and final flyer. These are pretty good stats, you know, not the greatest. I mean, for our army, they're probably the greatest, but from the perspective of a flyer that comes with a leadership star, these are good stats. She is a magical flyer. She's a malignite, so she uses lances and not anima, but light magic. She's a special flavor of malignite. Light magic is probably the best. I mean, I say probably. It's definitely the best of the magic types, right? And we can buy it now as well. So that's pretty cool for Demeter. In terms of, I think she's just a unit you should always deploy. Good stats, flyer, comes with a leadership star. I mean, she's God, right? The obvious reward for the fact that we've completed this fairly difficult side objective of going to all the shrines. The hardest one, of course, is the one in the big defend map, but I would say getting all of them is a little bit tricky. The first one serves to tutorialize it, but then the other one is like guided by the Brave Bow guy, so it can be tricky. She also comes with one of each of the magic weapons she gives you, which is a cute little flavor nod. The only downside, she has Peacebringer. I think this is just a bad skill. This is Izana's personal skill in Fates. And even on him, I think it's just downside. In theory, it can be used for utility because it lowers enemy and player damage within 2 tiles. But in practice, I find that it mostly just hurts your own units. It's far more likely that you will have your allies within 2 tiles. And like if you got an ally within 2 tiles and they get attacked by an enemy, their damage is reduced, but the enemy isn't, unless the enemy's also in that radius. So it's just like, you can use it you can use it to your advantage. It is far more of a hassle than it's worth, and there will be times where like it either is unavoidable to lower your own unit's damage, or you have to put Demeter in a spot you would rather not, or attack out of order that you would prefer in order to stop Peacebringer from happening. Because oftentimes, like, if Demeter hasn't taken her turn, you can have her move to turn off Peacebringer, or you can wait for her to move so she doesn't turn on Peacebringer. But that does still limit your flexibility, because usually it's best to have Fire Emblem units with lower accuracy attack first, so that if you miss, you can adjust your plan. But with Demeter, you can't always do that. But don't let Peacebringer turn you off of her. She's, like, good stats, right? 21 speed, 18 magic, 15 strength, hybrid attacker. She's frail. Well, for our purposes, no. But 12 defense, 40 HP is frail for this point in the game. But she can stand up to mages pretty good. And she's a flyer. It hurts allies. There are a few scary bosses you can position around to lower the damage, but usually it is not great. Yeah, I would say that. You know, it's one of those skills where there are niche times where it will help you, but it's gonna hurt you far more often than it can help you, and it'll hurt you in ways that are, like, sometimes subtle. Like I said with the move order thing, where you can play around it by moving Demeter first or last to position her Peacemaker not where you want it. But that itself is a downside, because you have to move her first or have to move her last, which gets in the way of, well, I have a 60%, I'll attack with them first and see if they miss, right? It gets in the way of that. She helps with Fructuoso. Not really. She can stop, like, one-range people on Fructuoso, but again, it depends on the positioning, but oftentimes, if an enemy's attacking Fructuoso, they can just be outside of her aura. Like, it really just depends. It being 2 tiles from her, as opposed to anyone in... It's not anyone in combat 2 tiles. It's literally they have to be 2 tiles from her. So it's like... It's tricky. But we're spending too much time talking about the one negative. Like, everything else is good. This seems like a good unit. She is definitely a good unit. Very much. Very much. She also has low enough con that she's like a good rescue bot as a Malic Knight, which is nice. Because that was the problem that, like, Teresa and Glaucus run into, is their aid is kind of shit. Well, no, actually, no, it's just Teresa. Oh, right, no, right! Ofelia doesn't copy con. So, yeah, Glaucus also has kind of bad aid. So, Demeter having 15 aid is quite good. I'm surprised she doesn't come with any healing ability. I'm not. I feel like, from the perspective of, like, game balance, healing is supposed to be super limited. I guess lore-wise, it could make sense that, like, she's a god, so she has the healing powers and stuff, but I think, no. I think from a gameplay perspective, I understand it. Demeter got new 2 near-perfect level-ups back-to-back. Oh, that reminds me, I should read out her growth rates. I didn't come with them prepared because I'm a hack and a fraud. This is also the last unit we get before the Gotos, so I just sort of wasn't prepared. Let me pull up the bot. I have them all typed out in the bot, I just didn't have the bot pulled up. Where are you, Cromar? Demeter. 60% HP, 30% strength, 30% magic, 30% skill, 45% speed, 90% luck, 20% defense, 45% res. The fact you got 2 perfect levels with those growths is impressive, because those are not good growths. Good on you. Well, I guess it's just luck, but luck is a skill. So 27 attack versus 10 res, so that'd be 14... I guess we should do the Thione review, shouldn't we? So, Thione is one of the 2 Gotos, and I think she's definitely the better one. She's a consort, which is basically just a mage. She uses both anima and dark magic, which I guess she's the only class in the game, well, generals. But she's the only class in the game that uses anima and dark and doesn't also get physical weapons. High magic, high speed, like, you know, the classic mage glass cannon build. funny enough, 9 defense is like decent for our army, but it should be low, right? And then White Pool is her personal skill. And it gives 5 AS and 5 attack to adjacent allies. That's a lot. 5 AS is a lot. User chat. Yeah. 5 AS is a lot. Like, it changes doubling thresholds. 5 attack, also really nice. And she starts out with S rank anima, so she can just use Sloth from base, which is cool. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. Like, she's good for self-explanatory reasons. Not like Athos level or whatever, but she's a Goto. And you should probably deploy her, and you get 1 extra deployment slot for the endgame maps. Now, you get 2 Gotos, so if you want to use both of them, you do have to bench someone, which is a big ask. But I think if you're only using one of them, Thyone, she also has fire support for Eupraxia, and whether you went with early or late, Eupraxia is like a good add to your army. She's probably absolutely necessary for the final boss phase 1. In 0, probably. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. What pool makes Coronis even better? She can fail to 1-round even more enemies now! But yeah. Thyone cool. Thyone cool. 18 luck also, I guess, like, nice, not getting crit and stuff. When I think her skill was Blood Tide instead of White Pool. Blood Tide is typically attack and skill, which would also be very nice, because hag accuracy moments, right? Did Danny skip the unit review? I just wanted to, like, get through that pretty sketch enemy phase, because we're at a save state turn now. But yeah, now that we are in more safety, Lorenzo unit review. So Lorenzo is the other Goto, and he's a great knight. He's definitely less impressive. His skill is Resolve, right, instead of Red Tide. So when he's below 50% HP, strength, skill, and speed get multiplied by 1.5, which is good. It actually, like, it lets him hit doubling thresholds he wouldn't otherwise. He's also, like, he's weird in that he's the high defense growth guy. He's got 70% defense growth, which is funny. His other growths are also pretty good. 80% HP, 60% strength, 25 magic, doesn't matter, 45 skill, 35 speed is the bad one, but Resolve kind of solves that. It solves it in quotation marks. 25 luck, 70 defense, 30 res. And he's got full triangle access. He's that kind of great knight. Holy great knight, which is cool. Ultimately, I think the biggest thing that holds Lorenzo back from, like, being on the same level as Thyone is they're fighting over the same deployment slot. You only get 1 extra deploy in endgame, not 2. And while I use Lorenzo every time because he's just such a great character, he deserves to be a part of the final attack squad. I think if you're looking purely from a gameplay perspective, he is a lot worse than Thyone, and he's probably worse than most of the other units you have. The Lorenzo problem is finding someone he can double with half health that both matters and won't kill him. Yeah, that's the other thing. Is 21 base defense, 50 HP is bulky, but not super bulky. I just undeployed a flyer, flying utility in the last 2. That's fair. Like, there are 2 indoor maps coming up. There's a lot of columns in Endgame 2, though. So, like, it's not like flying utility is completely worthless. And I think, you know, if you've trained up, especially Demeter and Teresa, I think will still have good combat. Like, good enough to justify it. And you have 2 wing shields, right? So the downside's not really a thing. You can find room for him. Like, don't get me wrong, you can find room for him. But I think more often than not, like, Thyone gives you a good argument for that 1 extra slot, and Lorenzo kind of doesn't. His stats are good enough normally that Lorenzo's probably better than one of your stinkers. It depends on the strength of your team. I don't think I've only done 2 complete playthroughs, But in both of them, I had to bench someone who I would say is better than Lorenzo. Because, you know, I like Lorenzo. But, like, Resolve is cool. I think Resolve is much more of a flavor skill than a, like, you know, actual... Obviously, it helps him combat-wise. It's weird to say about, like, the best skill in Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, but it just doesn't help Lorenzo as much as you would like him to. How does he compare to Laertes? No bows, so that's, like, unfortunate, but I think he's got mostly better stats except for speed and obviously move. Yeah, he's better in everywhere but speed, skill, and move. Which I guess the skill is also... Oh, no, he's got 21 skill. It's just his skill growth is bad. Yeah, full triangle. S-rank lances, too, if you don't have an S-rank lance user, which we do not. Yeah, for a unit who shows up with only, like, 2.5 maps to go, not giving me everything I want, but, you know, still a good unit. Better combat than Thyone. But Thyone turns anyone into a monster. I don't even think he has better combat. Like, 25 magic, hitting on res is good. And 23 speed, she doubles, he doesn't. I think she's got better combat. He's got better bolt, right? I hope you enjoyed this unit review compilation. Attached afterwards is my current tier list for the Hag and White. I think this is... basically going to be my final tier list. Throughout this playthrough, a couple of my opinions on some characters solidified and changed. Coronis, I initially had in D tier, but the fact that I didn't see a need to deploy her at all in the Zero Growths run kind of highlighted to me just how much the overhaul made her a stinker. Meanwhile, Dahl and Simeon, they surprised me, and I think the Dahl reworks do make him noticeably better than Conan, who I was kind of overrating beforehand as well. I moved him down, moved Edward up. Xinyi, I also really grew to appreciate having a high bow rank on a 8-move unit, and she sort of elevated. Ofelia, I think, was the biggest winner from this run, though. I realized that even though she's worse than a dancer, significantly worse than a dancer, she is still a Walmart brand copy of your best unit, and that's something to be desired. I think that she, earns a deployment slot in most armies. One other thing to highlight in this is that on the tier list, I have General Eupraxia and Wyvern Glaucus tiered separately. If you look in A tier, there's an Armor Knight. That's General Eupraxia right next to regular Eupraxia. I do think they're about even with each other. I like General a little bit better, but they, are right next to each other in the tier list. And then Glaucus's dad, the merchant with the mustache, is Wyvern Glaucus. He's actually very far apart from Cav Glaucus because Cav Glaucus kind of stinks. Like, he's just rescue bot number 3. But yeah, other than that, basically everyone... I have similar thoughts to what I put them on there. I ended up swapping Nikolaos and Phobos, the soldier guy, just because Nikolaos is around longer. I can go either way with them, and I moved down Nikia as well. I'm not as high on her as I used to be, and I already thought she was the worst flyer, so, just a couple of small changes. Not too much to write home about. I hope, you enjoyed this unit review compilation, and let me know, what you think of this tier list, or these unit reviews, or, Hag and White. Okay, bye. That's it now. Bye-bye. Video's over. See ya. Subscribe.